to do with language, and I can't process sounds very well. So I'm awful.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your presence today. First of all, I'd like to say I'm honored to be a part of this election and to compete with other excellent candidates. My name is Yupeng, a first-year PhD student from the School of Environment, and I'm running for the independent member of court position. I have been pursuing my career as an architect for about 3 years. And now I'm working with the Royal Planning Institute as a license member and the planning aid for Scotland as a volunteer. My research interest is in young people's participation in planning and governance. I actually put a QR code on my poster. If you want to know more about me, you can scan the code by using your mobile. I think it will be a bit of fun. Or it may link you to a SuperDrive promotion code. Anyway, as a planner, not only I care about our physical environment, but also I pay my attention to the social aspect of our environment. That's the reason why I want to run this campaign. Firstly, I hope to make our compounds more environmentally friendly and to embed the awareness of sustainable use of energy and resources in the university's day-to-day operation. It's very important for us to save water, electricity, as well as printing paper. The budget could have been used on more useful things and in introducing faster PCs in our library. With all due respect, I'm not complaining about the loading speed of those PCs in our library. It also could have been used on keeping the 24/7 operation running of the library, or at least recruiting a couple of PhDs. Secondly, I like to promote better awareness of facilities available to our international students. I wish this university could deliver even better study experiences to our international students. As well, though, I understand what their need is and what challenges they are facing. I also know that there are quite a lot of student services are there in place. For example, peer connections, student support worker, as well as health services, etc. What we just need to do actually is to facilitate them and to encourage them, ask for help and go for help when they need it. And to show the way and the direction where they can go for this kind of help. I love this university as much as the domestic student does. That's the reason why I like to dedicate much more time and enthusiasm to make it happen. Last but not least, I like to increase the participation of postgraduate students in the university policy making. There are quite a lot of postgraduate students in this university. Of course, they are recipients of all sorts of uni policies. However, at this moment, they haven't paid enough attention to the university's governance. Those are elections in this case has become the arena where undergraduate students have played in a leading role. I'm wondering how many postgraduate students are here today. Please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. I'll be there for you guys. Actually, I think enabling postgraduates to engage in the university's policy making will help to make their claims and to hold decision makers accountable to them. In addition to that, exercising their rights and duties also will promote the better learning skills, empowerment, as well as great control over this university's future. Therefore, I think I saw those policymakers, they shall work with and for our unique inputs. Finally, I want to say that if I would be elected, I will serve out my term and bring all my expertise as a planner, as an international student, and as a postgraduate. Thank you.
Now, before we have any questions, we hear the next candidate, of course, who's Robin van Mulders.
For anyone to represent for people's views, ideas, as well as. And one of the main principles is to value people, i.e. respect. I firmly believe this is one of the most important values. And to me, this doesn't merely include respecting people, but also respecting diversity. It's one of the main reasons why I chose to run for the role of independent court member, and this is something I'm well equipped to do. So, the main policies that I wish to implement are as follows. Firstly, I want to ensure that you as a student get a fair representation of your views when important decisions at the university are made. At school, I represented my fellow students as a president of the Swedish International Baccalaureate Society, but on a larger scale, I was also part of initiating a Swedish national collaboration between all 32 IB schools present in Sweden, of which during my second year, I was treasurer for. But I believe that those experiences, I'm more than qualified to represent the students at this university. Secondly, acting as your independent member of court, To increase transparency, I'll hold a monthly column reporting back to students on what actually goes on at the decision-making level, that being the SRC and the parts of court which are available to all students. And this is in order to ensure that you're aware of what direction your university is taking. Finally, I want to ensure that when mistakes are made, the people or persons responsible for it are held to account at court meetings so that the values of this university, as well as the great student experience that we've all had here, are maintained. And if you have any questions, whether it's here today or just walking around campus, I'm always here to answer any of them. And if you want somebody who cares about, as well as wants to represent your views, then I say, vote Robin van Mulders for independent court member. Thank you.
I think the person who goes second has a slight advantage, so I carefully chose the order randomly. So, sorry about that. Well, I have a couple of questions for you. It is Yupeng, that's the first name.
Okay, you can call me Reggie if you want.
Right. The first question is, what do you think that most students understand by court, and what do you think that they think it does?
I for myself, I'll consider the court as a governance body of this university. Policy makers gonna make decisions and policy and strategies in terms of deciding this university's future development, and the policy made by the court gonna affect everybody within the university. This is what my understanding is about the court.
Do you think that court is widely known by students? Do you think there's how many people here know that court exists? And how many have never heard of it before? Yeah, I agree you're not representative, but because it so happens I've done a few surveys of my own psychology students, and about 95% of them have never heard of court. So how are you going to reach out to them?
Actually, you are making a really good point. Although the people in this room, they have already know what is going on about the court, but I would say you guys have interest in the Dusa election, but other people in this university, I mean the people I know, maybe they don't have the same interest in terms of what is the court like. So as for your question, I think there is not as much as we expected people, who know what is going on about this court.
In your statement, you say that you want to have a larger impact, court to have a larger impact, apart from just on a few select.
Yeah.
Who do you mean by a few select?
I should say, yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I've already made my statement just before, which is undergraduate students have paid enough, have been very actively within the governance of this university. I think at this moment it's time for postgraduates to take a more proactive role at this moment.
Okay, thanks. So, Robin, I'm going to ask you more or less the same question. How do you intend to reach out to the vast majority of students who don't even know that court exists, let alone what it does?
Firstly, I just want to say, as part of my policies, it is to hold a monthly column online in which students can reach and make sure that they are aware of this, so that they know what is going on in it. In terms of getting a wider impact on students as a whole, obviously, this is a very it's a representative group in terms of people who are interested in what this is. But, I mean, the first step of that would be campaigning, for example, making sure that when you walk around campaigning for this election, you ensure that people actually understand what the court is all about. That would be my first step. Secondly, trying to have some kind of publicity stunt. I mean, that can be done through fundraisers, it can be done through various marketing, etc., of which I'm not currently enabled to, because I've not had this position yet.
Right. Okay, you say that you want people to be accountable at court for mistakes. What sort of mistakes do you think people should be accountable for, and how are you going to punish them? Are we bringing back stocks and pillories for the university?
Well, no. First of all, the entire role of independent court member is to hold people to account. It is to hold the governing board, the university court, to account for the policies that they drive through, which should be representing of where the students want you to go. And obviously, since the independent court member is the link between the SRC, so what the students want, and the university court, and that gives you a very good idea of how to implement that. And we've got the goals, the university goal, the vision, the 25-year-old vision, the 25 vision of where we want to be and being the best university in Scotland. And obviously, the students here will have a very large impact on where they want us to be in 25 years. And as such, you ensure that if any decisions are made, you stand up and you make sure that they know what the students want. And that's how I intend to implement it.
Okay, thanks. Right, this is the chance for each candidate to ask each other one question, and you get to go ask first.
Okay.
Pretend I'm not here.
Okay. I'd like to ask this question to Robin. You mentioned that you're going to represent the wider community within this university. This is what my understanding about the wider community. Different group of people have different interests. How do you represent them as a whole?
Okay. Well, as the independent court member, you are supposed to represent as much or like as wide of a group that you can. And by virtue of getting in contact with different schools, for example, different schools. So, say the School of Medicine or Life Sciences, the School of Law, School of Psychology. You talk with their with their president, so the school president, to ensure to see what does each school want. Obviously, when you're representing a school or a university which has 17,000 people, it's going to be there's going to be some kind of conflict of interest at some point. But it's about making sure that there are compromises, so not just one group gets what they want, but making sure that as many people get as much benefit out of the policies that are driven.
Thank you.
Robin, your time to ask your question.
My question is very much related to what you just asked. Obviously, in your policy statement, you emphasize the importance of representing international students and postgraduates. And is that really what you believe that the role of independent court member should be? Should it not be to actually represent as many as possible?
Actually, as for this election, I nominate myself. To some extent, I couldn't represent over anybody. I have my value. I have my moral code. I have my understanding of this world. Maybe I can't represent of anybody, but I'm willing to be a channel to deliver different students' opinion and to deliver these concerns to the decision maker. And as for my policy, I pay my attention to international students and postgraduate students. As for the reason, I think is because, as I said, I'm getting the leading role. I think it's time to raise decision makers' attention and to let them realize it's time to promote the engagement of our postgraduate students and the international students. So.
Okay, this is your chance to ask both candidates questions. There's a roving microphone, I think, coming round. So if you just wait for the microphone to arrive, you can ask, of course, either candidate a question or both, and let them both answer it. If you just say your name and what your question is.
I'm Andrew, and my question's for Robin. It's my understanding from experience that court is a confidential, and papers are confidential, not released to the general public, never mind students. So you talk about a monthly column. What is that like? How are you going to relate court information that's confidential to a student body?
I should say, declare an interest that I am on court, so I'm looking forward to who wins this. And particularly what they say about me in their monthly column. Another great decision by Trevor Harley this month. Please buy him more wine when you see him in the union next time. All right.
Okay. Thanks for that question. As to the court, most of it, yes, is in camera, i.e. confidential, but not everything is. And the particular statement and policy that I'm aiming to drive is not merely just the parts that are not confidential in court, but also of what happens in SRC. Because obviously what happens in the Student Representative Council is what will effectively impact on what happens in court. Or that is at least my aim with this. Did that answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone wants to come back on it, just raise your hand at the end of your question. Otherwise, we'll assume you're satisfied. Next question.
Next question. I still want to direct my question to him. In the course of your explanation on how you want to engage the university community in participation, you mentioned of online system of participation and survey. From the past researches, it has shown that less than 15% of people participate in online survey. How do you intend to deal with that? To get people together to participate in your survey and in the engagement of the student within the university community. Thank you.
Okay.
Was that for both candidates?
Okay. In terms of survey, I'm not aware that I was speaking of any surveys at all. I was speaking about a column as such, like an online column.
You mentioned online participation.
Oh, online participation. Yeah. Okay. Now we're on. In terms of that, I do know that student participation, not only on online, but in general at this university, is quite low. What I believe is that if you want to gain access to the student body in any case, then mainly that should be through online participation, because that is where you will have interest or having enabled to access the entire community, its ability to access it. Most students have access to either a computer or internet or stuff like that, and that's a way of impacting a wider community as such.
Let me mention my name. My name is Adebola Olusegun, postgraduate student, first year. What I'm saying, I know people have access to computer, they have access to technology, they have access to many gadgets, but the issue is the percentage of people participating in this exercise is very minute. I have a lot of survey monkey and all that. Are you going to motivate people? That's what I'm trying to say. Are you going to motivate people in order for them to participate?
Yes.
Because there's always value of time, and for people to participate, I think they need to be motivated, and I think both of you, what you need to do is to devise a means of motivating the students, either at the lower level or at the upper level, in order for them to have a kind of awareness. And this can start even at the level of the member of your class or course mate. Thank you.
If you don't mind, could we ask that to both candidates
Yes.
as to how they plan on motivating students to engage online?
Yes, I think we should.
Yeah. Okay.
Perhaps Yupeng, you'd like to go first.
Okay. Thank you for your question. I think as for the way how I gonna promote the engagement of the communities, actually, as an international student myself, I have that advantage. This advantage even better than students from a European country. I like to make face-to-face contact with those hardly heard group. I mean, maybe people from China, people from India. These people, I got this advantage to make networking with them, and I don't think my competitors have the same advantage. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. Yeah. Thank you.
Woman, anything you'd like to add?
Well, I'd say if there's any possibility, as one individual, to reach the wider population of this university, using internet is the easiest way of accessing several people. You can't reach 17,000 students by talking face to face with them. It's merely implausible that doing so.
I know it's impossible, but I'm a volunteer of a student service group called Peer Connection. This group is aiming to bodying new students and deliver the university services to those freshers to this university. Actually, I got the advantage to meet those people at the very beginning. I think this is also another advantage of mine to get in touch with the freshers of this university. Get in touch with them at the very beginning, and let them know there are many student services in this university, and also let them know there is a channel which is I'm going to do to deliver their opinions to those policymakers.
Next question.
Hi, my question is directed at Yupeng.
Yeah.
Remember when that question was directed to you about your overrepresentation about international students, and you said you would represent domestic students using your moral compass? I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
If you could elaborate on how you're going to use your moral compass to represent domestic students as well as international students.
I think I've already mentioned that question before. I really couldn't represent all people. Maybe even I represent international students, but I'm willing to be the channel to deliver these people's opinion to those decision makers.
So you're saying you don't feel you're adequate to represent everyone else apart from international students at the moment?
I think it's impossible. It's impossible. There are so many different interest groups within this university. You know, nobody can do this kind of task representing everybody.
Would that not be kind of your job as independent court member to represent everyone?
As I said, I'll be the channel. I'll be the facilitator rather than being a representative of certain kind of interest group. I'll be the channel to deliver what you are thinking to the decision makers.
Okay, any other questions?
The international students are already quite engaged. They're engaged with all student services, and they're engaged with the university in general, they do taster readings and turn up to quite a lot of the events. How are you going to engage with the postgrads who are also doing tour as well as research and all the other university sub areas?
I think this is another advantage of my being in this position. As a postgraduate, I got many channels and chance to engage with those postgraduate students. I can meet different people at different situations, for example, different workshops or seminars or symposium. I can talk about what is our court like and what functions it should be, and deliver those people's opinion regarding how we should make the policies to the actual decision makers.
Robin, anything you'd like to add to that?
Not really. No. I'll keep it to that.
Is that it for questions? Right. Is there anything either of you would like just to add or clarify before I finish? I think there's one more question. Okay.
I think this is probably the last one, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Robin, can I ask a question? You just mentioned you're undergrad student, right? You're undergraduate student, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm concerned is, because there are so many master students, there are so many postgrad students, there are so many PhD students in Dundee University. Do you know what's their needs based on your, experience? Can you represent? Can you try to, to represent their interest, especially, the master students, postgrad students, and especially, international students, they contribute a lot to this university compared to undergraduate students. So my question is, based on your experience, do you really know the needs of this international master PhD student? Thank you.
Thanks. Being involved in quite a lot of societies, I know quite a lot of you know me from the Magdalene or from the Model United Nations Society, etc. I'm engaged with quite a lot of both undergraduates as well as postgraduates. Got a few at the back sitting. They could wave. Yeah, we've got one there. In any case, I feel that as an undergraduate, having quite a lot of engagement with all different kinds, I feel that I'm in a better position to do this than just representing one interest group. I mean, the entire purpose of being an independent court member is to represent all students from different groups. So yeah, I definitely feel that I could engage with that.
Right, thank you. Is there anything either of you would just urgently like to clarify or add? Right, well, thank you very much, both of you, for coming and answering questions. Court is the ultimate governing body of the university, with responsibility for finance and staffing, so it is a very important post, so do vote. The next post is for Honorary Secretary. There's just one candidate, Tim Hustler, which is a good name, and he's... Oh, we've got music now.
Am I up? There we go. Okay, are we going? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So this time last year, I remember starting off saying, probably not many of you know who I am. I hope that if I've done a good job this year, most of you know who I am. If not, my name's Tim Hustler, and this year I've had the pleasure of being your Honorary Secretary, and hopefully I would love to be your Honorary Secretary for the next year. Again, this time last year, I was in a position of naivety in the sense that the ins and outs of this building, this association, were an actual unknown. Jumping forward to today, I can say that isn't the case. So much so that a good friend of mine came into the office one day and said, "My God, you really do live, breathe, and shit, Dusa." So what has that commitment brought about? Firstly, with regards to Dusa's disciplinary process, I have not only revamped the software that we use it to make it much more efficient, I also won the battle despite having the president on my side for tablets to be used on every single hearing, cutting our carbon footprint down immensely. Though this is not something that students would aspire to, it is something that will continue to make this union the safest nightclub, not only in Dundee, but also in Scotland. And that is something I feel very proud to be part of. Secondly, something that I've done this year was probably the proudest moment of my life so far, which was taking part in Dusa's first ever marathon radio show. Yeah, I've been told I mention this far too much. I was heavily involved in the organising of the event, and I also took up the challenge with Craig, Hamza, and Lottie for staying awake for 55 hours, which we all achieved, even though Ian says we didn't because we took intermittent naps. Well, at least we were in the country, Ian. And we nearly raised £3,000. And I stand by my comment that it is the proudest moment, and it really showed what a true university experience can be like. And hey, Find Intimidate worked, for the most part. Other things include the promotion of the voice of this campus, the SRC, which brought about SRC Awareness Week, which a small success, it was still a step in the right direction for a body that truly struggles with engaging with students on this campus. So if re-elected, what's next? What has Dusa got in store next year? Firstly, the setting up of a housing accreditation scheme. This is something that has been in the pipeline since before September, and once set up, will protect the students of not only this university, but also Abertay. Where a student stays during their 4 years at university is a big thing, and it is time for Dusa and UADSA to step up and protect the students who need it. My second policy is to work with the university to provide a website that caters to our needs. It is a known fact that there are over 100,000 unused or unupdated pages on the website, not only confusing current students, but putting off potential students coming to this university. We live in the 21st century, and it is time for the university to step up and make the changes that are needed to maximize the student experience in this area. My third and final policy is us, our voice. I spoke earlier about my work within the SRC, and that needs to continue. The roles and the positions themselves of the SRC need to be reassessed so that it becomes a stronger and more efficient voice of the students. This involves training for each member so that each councillor is the best that he or she can be. We achieved national coverage this year, but I know we can go higher and stronger. The SRC is a strong body for students' concerns and therefore deserves the support that is currently lacking. In the words of Homer Simpson, this year has been the best year of my life so far. I have made friends and discovered things about myself that I didn't think I was capable of. I'd like to think I have helped and changed a few students' life, and nothing gives me more pride than that. I admit there have been mistakes, miscalculations, but that is all part of life's rich pattern. And the thing about mistakes is that you can learn and become a better person because of it. A couple of weeks ago, the current Dusa president, Ian McKinnon, quoted by Dusa media saying that students need to take ownership of their education. And Ian, I couldn't agree more, but we need to go further. Students need to take ownership of their experience while they're here, so that their 4 years are the best that they can be. A couple of weeks ago, I was celebrating a 21st birthday party of a good friend of mine. And it was actually in this room where I had a moment of clarity when looking around. Yes, okay. When looking around and seeing actually what a hub, what a center for student life this place is. So on that, vote Hustler, because this is our Dundee, this is our university, and this is our union. Thank you.
Shitting Dusa, eh?
Yeah.
Well, that should make a visit to the Gents very interesting. I'd like to hear more about your mistakes. Please tell us more about your mistakes.
Thanks, Ian. I suppose the biggest miscalculation that was brought about this year was an idea came about October, November time to set up a competition for all students to design a new SRC logo. I worked closely with the DJ CAD president about it, and we tried to target DJ CAD, obviously because it's the art school. And there was the backlash from DJ CAD in itself wasn't something we were expecting. And in the end, we had to stop the competition due to the fact that we just didn't get any entries.
Well, that's a good reason to stop the competition. Couldn't you just make one up yourself and sign yourself?
The whole point of the competition was to try and engage students with the SRC, for them to assess what the SRC is, and for them to design a logo from it, and then they can say that they were a part of the SRC, even though not being elected.
I've got a question from one of those little boxes that have been apparently up around the university, and I've often wondered this myself. Why, as a university, are we not affiliated to the NUS? Because it brings a lot of benefits, including being part of the wider community. So, why aren't we part of the NUS?
A couple of years ago, the NUS was a bit of an unknown to me. I obviously had heard about it. I have a big family, all of which went to university. And then obviously working with Dusa, I've become more known to what the NUS is. And I do understand the advantages that come with the NUS of the greater community of university life. For example, if we were part of the NUS, we could have better connections with universities south of the border and so on and so forth. However, Dusa is already the best in Scotland. Why do we need to join an NUS and pay big sums of money and have more restrictions on us when we're already doing so well?
That's obviously a popular answer. Just because a candidate is uncontested doesn't mean they should have an easy time. So please feel free to ask difficult questions. There's this one over here now.
Thanks, Jade. First of all, thank you for giving me the chance to ask a question. As your opponent last year, I'm very happy to say that I was very pleased with the work you did this year. You did a marvelous job. I think that I couldn't do it better myself, so good job on getting elected. I have a question regarding the SRC and getting more word about it throughout the campus. How do you plan to enhance the SRC Awareness League more particular?
It came about after the SRC Awareness Week occurred. It became apparent to me that trying to shove all awareness into 1 week is an overload, and I think students become, to a certain degree, a bit more disengaged because of it. So for next year, if we elected, there wouldn't be a specific SRC Awareness Week. There would be specific events throughout the whole year to highlight what the SRC do and their roles and everything like that. And another thing is that we can promote the SRC all we want. We could have a complete overhaul. We could have every single student engaging with our Facebook page. But what's the point if we don't do anything? The best way to engage with students is actually changing students' lives, and that's the way, if we're elected, we'll try and make the SRC do more of.
Any other questions?
Anybody got a question?
It seems like you've had quite an easy ride. Is there anything you'd like to ask yourself?
Not at all.
Okay. Knowing that the housing accreditation scheme is already well underway being implemented, and I would hope it would already be done by the end of your first term, what do you plan to do, given that it's one of your policies, to maintain, establish, improve, or what are your plans to do with it for the second term?
The housing accreditation scheme, when walking in, thinking, oh, this will be fun, this will be easy. Obviously, the Dundee Council has its own accreditation scheme set up now as well. And after speaking with them loads of times and actually having to write up a 20,000 odd word document or something like that, it's a lot harder to set this up. There's so many more legalities involved. And also the setting up of the scheme itself is going to take hours and hours and hours of work. So obviously re-elected, that's why I would start getting going and actually start going through each landlord and trying to get as many landlords signed up to it as possible.
Okay. There's one other question here.
Sorry, Tim. Similar to Jade's question, you talked about the website, but Paul Saunders came to the SRC and already said that the website development is underway. So how, again, are you, if that's something that's already underway, yet it's one of your
Well,
policies?
the way that I see with helping to work with the university with regards to the website is, as Paul Saunders put, it's not about making the front page look all nice and fancy. It's about content. And I feel like a good student input needs to be put into it to make sure that the information that is being delivered to every student about student services, about specific schools, about graduation, and make sure that information is actually clear to every single student and make sure the students know where it is.
Right, thank you very much.
Got one more?
Oh, one more?
You have to say you got an easy right, didn't you? I was home scarred free.
Can you hear me? Good.
Yeah.
What do you consider your biggest failure of last year, and how would you improve that if you'd be posed with the same issue this year?
Biggest failure. We recently had reviews done by all the exec got PDR 360 reviews where everyone reviewed each other, and people on university and people on Dusa reviewed each other. And the thing that notably came up was sometimes I let feelings get the better of me, and sometimes I kind of overcommit and feel like I can do more, but I can't. So honestly, that is, ever since I've had that review, from now I've been working my whole work effort to make sure I stay, as my dad puts it, cool, calm, and collected, and to steadily go through each bit of work. And if I can't do something, there's nothing wrong with saying no.
Okay, well,
One more.
one more, good.
Tim, your singing is notoriously bad, and as a current exec member, I would like to know how you're going to make improvements so that the next exec feel at home and don't have to keep their ears closed.
Is your singing really...
Yeah, my singing's pretty atrocious.
Can we have a bit of singing?
Not at all.
You made me do Queen on the Dusa Video Marathon.
No, obviously, with the singing, I will never stop singing. Sometimes your heart just needs to let go. So that will never change. Obviously, a lot of the exec positions are running on contesters, and if they remain on, obviously the new exec members are going to feel a bit daunted. And I think the whole process of handover itself takes away that fear or that element of what we have.
Unfortunately, I won't miss it, Tim.
You won't be able to sleep at night, Katie, knowing that you've not heard me sing.
And we're really not going to get a sample of singing?
No, you're not going to get a sample. Maybe after a couple more
Well, in
pints.
that case, he's got no future in Britain's Got Talent, so goodbye, Tim. Thank you very much. The next post is also just got one candidate. It's for Vice President Engagement, and it's Joe Royce. Here. Oh, hold on. You can't start walking until we get the funky music.
Waterfront, sunshine, a little weed, a little red wine, red gum.
Hi everyone. Just before I start, I'd like to say I have really bad asthma, and also I am shitting my pants right now, so please go easy on me, yeah? Anyway, I'm Joe Royce, and I'm a second-year student running for Vice President of Engagement. I'm involved in a number of societies. I sit on the committee for Dundee Labour Students. A few of you are here, you can tell. And I also am Vice Chair of UK United. So I've developed a wealth of experience on campus, and I've learned a variety of different roles, so I understand a lot of the problems that societies and students in general can face when they're trying to become active on campus and just get engaged. On the other hand, being so active, it's also enriched my student experience beyond my expectations. Taking an active part in societies and local student events, it gives you the opportunity to meet new people with similar interests and just get experiences that you would never have thought about having until you come to university, until you get engaged and you just meet these people. So I'm running for Vice President of Engagement because I want to enable other students to make student life what they want it to be. Like my experience, I want to enrich the student experience of other students, of as many of them as possible, and just make campus life for students awesome. So whether it's joining a society, creating a new one, going to independent events, or even organising your own, I want to be in a position to empower students to get the most out of their student experience at Dundee University. Coming from Manchester, if you can tell by the accent. I've heard numerous stories of people feeling disengaged with politics, like the system that's there to help themselves just doesn't actually connect with them at all and doesn't have an impact on their lives. And that's what sparked my initial interest in politics, but that at the same time is the same reason why I think Vice President of Engagement is the job for me. I want to help students that feel disengaged on campus, feel like they're not a part of student life. I want to help them to get engaged, to do what they want, and to make the experience of Dundee University what they want it to be. So my involvement in political societies and other societies is proof that I can talk to a variety of students and be approachable enough that it won't be an issue getting students from all walks of life to take a more active role on campus. Now, and as Secretary of Dundee Labour, I've never dropped the ball. I've shown I can rely on them to get the job done, and I don't let other issues get in the way. So with the reliability and approachability required to get the job done, you can be sure that a vote for me is a vote to get my policies enacted. So, about my policies. If you elect me as your VPE, I will firstly provide workshops to students that want to engage in societies or want to create their own, but lack the expertise. I'll be available throughout the year to help anyone on the committee learn the skills necessary to perform each role so societies run smoothly and you can focus on doing more about what you love. Secondly, I'm going to work on the campus Wi-Fi. Right now, I don't know if any of you guys out there have experienced this, but it's not the best. It's intermittent, it keeps cutting out, and sometimes at peak times you spend about 5-10 minutes loading a page. So if elected, I'll try and find out what's going on and see if it can be fixed. Thirdly, I'll continue and expand upon the Aspire lecture series begun by Stefan Tomov, current VPA. These lectures provided students with invaluable first-hand knowledge from professional speakers in fields that interested them. I'll continue this with lectures for students from an equally broad range of disciplines. However, what I'll do is expand on these lectures. I won't just get student speakers involved. I'm going to get professional speakers as well. Professional speakers that have been to university, have used the same path we're trying to take into the careers that matter to you. So you'll get the first-hand experience of knowledge that will help you do the same thing. So whether you're a student of politics, business, or art, these lectures will help you get an idea of how to pursue a career in your chosen field. Now, being an active member on campus, I'm already placed in a position where I stay in touch with the needs of students. This means I can get to work from day one on making Dundee University students engaged. I will engage students in campus life. I'll train them to run society smoothly and help them organise their own events to further their interests. And I'll continue the Expire lecture series that will directly benefit students and enable them to think more proactively about their careers. A vote for Joe is a vote for engagement. Remember to vote for Joe in February.
Have a seat. What is UK United? Is it some kind of football team for the whole of the UK?
I'm afraid it's a little bit more contentious than that. It's it's actually a essentially it's a campaign. It's on the referendum, independence referendum. UK United was set up on campus because we had the Radical Indie and Yes Scotland. And when I first came here, I realised there wasn't a society for the other side of the debate, so I had a hand in creating one. And obviously, since then, we've had the official Better Together Society. But yeah, it's a campaign society.
As an outsider, I'm not totally sure what engagement means involves. It sounds like it's kind of blend between political education and sorting out campus Wi-Fi. But can you define it a bit better for me?
Of all the positions on the exec, Vice President of Engagement, it's a new position. It's only been going for 2 years, but it's the broadest one. So essentially, its mandate is to get students engaged on campus, which basically means getting them more involved and just getting them to actually go to events, meet other students, and just take an active part. Like most of the people in this room today, this is engagement, and it's my job to help and encourage people so events like this have a better turnout.
Okay, so it's not explicitly a political thing.
No,
right,
you have to be neutral.
Pity, I was going to ask you what you thought about Tony Blair, so that doesn't seem relevant anymore. Let's throw the floor open to questions. There's at least one over here. Can we just please keep the level of background noise as low as possible, because the acoustics in this place aren't as good as they might be, and it's quite difficult to hear sometimes. Don't forget, I'm old and deaf.
Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, but I'm polite. She's coarse and vulgar.
Alright, so my first question is, how are you going to keep your personal political beliefs outside of your role? You should be as neutral as possible. How are you going to do that? I have a second question as well. you mentioned that you want to invite some professional speakers for the Aspire lectures. How are you going to pay for their travel reimbursement, for example, or any fees they might require, or what are you planning to do exactly? Thank you.
Okay, so on your first question, obviously, one of the reasons why I mentioned it in my statement was I didn't want people to think I was doing this, I was getting this position as a Dundee Labour student, because that's not me. That's not who I am. I mean, politics is a passion of mine. It really is. But I'm fully aware. I've read so much about these positions that I know you have to be neutral. You have to be able to talk to every student, even if you don't get on with them, and sort of just listen to them and do what they want. You're there for them. You're not there for yourself. So you can bet if anything comes up that is a conflict of interest, what I will do is I'll go to another member of the exec, just run it past them, and if it turns out it is a conflict of interest, I'll ask them to take over and take control, and I will make sure that any personal interest of mine, first of all, everyone will know what my interests are, so you can easily hold me to account if it comes to that, but I promise you it will not. It's not going to happen. So secondly, on getting speakers to come, I already have in the pipeline, and this is where it goes the other way, where my actual interest in politics helps out what I want to do as a policy, is I already have speakers that I could book, and all they would require is catering. So you're talking tea and coffee, cheap. Any speakers that would require a fee, obviously being Dusa being a charity, you don't want to take too much money out of the pot. But I will obviously have an upper limit, and I'll also liaise with multiple people to find out that I'm not just wasting money, basically. But yeah, my intention is, with it being a student thing, is to try and use that to convince them maybe doing it for free is the best way to go.
Hi, again. You mentioned campus Wi-Fi. This is something, my understanding from the director of IT, Paul Saunders, this is something that's constantly upgraded and renovated throughout the university. So what, although you say that you want to upgrade it, how are you going to do that? Is it going to be a system of lobbying, or are you going to get more, is there something else you want to do about Wi-Fi on campus?
Okay, well, I didn't say upgrade. I basically just want to find out what the issue is. I mean, for me, I could understand it being a little bit slower at peak times, but right now, even if I'm in the library for a few hours on end, it cuts out 2 or 3 times in that amount of time. And I don't understand why that would be the case. So what I would do, and what I'm going to do if I get elected, is speak to the people who have the expertise, who can first of all explain to me what is going on. I mean, being a bit of a computer illiterate myself, I would like to find out. And I'll just find out if there's anything that can be done to do that, and having the expertise, I hope they would know that. And if there is something they can do, then I will try and make sure it actually gets done, instead of just leaving it to people who no one knows about. I want to be the person that people can come to me and I can tell them this is what's going on with the campus Wi-Fi and this is what's being done to correct it, instead of just leaving it and people accepting it as it is. I don't find that acceptable.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi is pretty bad in my office, so so you've got my vote.
Sweet.
Just coming back to one of the points that you just mentioned after you asked the question about your own politics creeping in this year, you said that you already have a number of speakers that you would be able to invite from your political avenues, so already your own personal politics are creeping in, because surely they will be of one political persuasion that are then going to be invited, and that's only one side of an argument. So that's not biased, that's not neutral at the moment, is it? Because it's obviously going to be politically swayed one way to begin with, because that's the sort of political persuasion that you are.
Okay, I understand the question, but that's not the case. What I'm talking about, these lecture series, they're not for politicians to debate. It's not a debating thing. It's giving professional experience to students, giving them the experience, so that basically just telling them how can you do what you're doing right now, being at university, how can you use that experience to gain experience to go into a professional field? How can you get a job out of what you're doing right now? This is what I did when I was at university. They're not speaking as politicians, as MPs, they're speaking as people who are professionals in the field that you want to get involved in. And bear in mind, one of the Aspire lectures that I would do, only one of which would be a politics one. The rest of them would be in fields that I don't actually know anything about. One of them is going to be on business, finance, and arts and things like that. Those are people that I'm just going to have to find myself. But when it comes to politics, if there are certain people that people would have issues with just getting speakers from one political party. That's not going to happen. I'm going to approach the Conservatives, Lib Dems, and the SNP as well to see if they do the same thing, because I'm aware that although I am Labour, a lot of people who would go to this event would not be. Obviously, you're going to get some SNP voters and things. And as I've said, being a student event, they're more likely to want to come and do it anyway. So, as I've said, if there is a conflict of interest, which I don't think there is with this one particular lecture, I'll run it past anyone else on the exec, and if they think that's the case, then I'll let them sort of handle it.
What have you got against the monster raving loony party? Why aren't you representing them? Any other questions? Okay.
Yeah. You have one?
No?
No? You did?
Right, thanks very much then. I think I can say good luck to people who are standing unopposed, can't I? Good luck. I think we'll have one more, and then we'll have a break for you to top up your glasses, visit the toilets to see what happens when people shit Dusa, and generally hang out. The next post is Vice President. I do find the word Vice President always difficult. Vice President Student Welfare, and this is contested between Andrew Stewart. Yes, and have I got the right one? Yes, I have got the right one. It's between Andrew Stewart and Elena Angelopoulou. Sorry if I've got that wrong. And the first person is going to be Andrew Stewart.
I am the tiger, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am the champion, and you're gonna hear me roar louder, louder than a lion. 'Cause I am the champion, and you're gonna hear me roar.
I do love this music. It's so funky. It makes me want to dance and sing. Thank you.
I'm on for the cheesy music, so... Hello, I'm Andrew Stewart, candidate for VPSW. Just going to start with some basic info about myself. I'm 20 years old, from Kirkcaldy, it's just over the bridge, just that way. I'm a second-year product design student, and I'm also a DGCAD school president right now. And my favourite colour is blue. The main question I get asked when people ask me why I want to run for VPSW, how do I have the time, etc. Well, the answer to that is, who needs sleep? I'm really joking. Here's the real reason. A year ago, I was one of those students who wasn't really involved in anything. I went to uni, I went out, I slept a lot, you know, the standard drill. But then when the SRC elections came about, my whole uni experience changed. Granted, I didn't even know what the SRC was until the day before elections, when I was asked if I wanted to be president of the art college, as no one else had run. Naturally, you would say yes. Who wouldn't want to be president? It was obviously my first step towards world domination. So I went into my position not really fully understanding the world I was entering, this whole student representation business, and that turned out to be a massive learning curve. I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing, as I hadn't been through the whole nomination and campaign business, but I quickly realised how important these roles were. My main goal was to raise awareness of myself, the SRC, class reps, as participation and awareness in these things within DGCAD was quite low. I knew I couldn't do this myself, however, and remain sane at the same time, so I needed to build a strong relationship with my class reps. So my main contribution for that was, last semester, was creating the posts of Vice President of the whole school and Deputy Presidents, one for each of the 4 programs. These were to help me get the vision across of a united DGCAD, one where any and all student issues were resolved. Students always had someone to turn to, class reps were engaged, and staff understood and wanted the student voice. I feel I've achieved this vision the best I could in the past 5 months. I don't really feel it's possible for me to do this in my term alone, although I do still have a fair part of the semester to go. But I believe I've set the building blocks for it to be continued onwards by the next president, with them adding their own vision to create a better community within DGCAD and in extension the whole university. Anyway, so back to the reason I want to run for VPSW. I've seen how important being involved is and how the university needs it to survive and achieve its goals. And it's taught me so much in such a short space of time that I didn't even dare to dream I would learn in the beginning. So my main reason for running for BPSW is to continue making a change for the better, representing and helping students so they can achieve and gain the most they can from the university and look back on these days fondly. My policies for BPSW are to continue the good relationship with student services, run a campaign on the consequences of gambling, and campaign and lobby for better provisions for the university health service. These are just a few things I'd like to achieve, but they're a start. Student services is such a vital part of our university. They're there to make our experience the best it can be. If we have any issues, their door is always open. They support students throughout their education, whether it's to do with difficulties we have or how we're going to progress in the future after we leave university. And because of this, it's vital we continue the good relationship we have with them and expanding it to build awareness of them and so students know just how much support there is for us. I know that for myself, I didn't even realize the amount of provisions that were available to us before this, and that probably is the same opinion for a fair percentage of the students across campus. So it's imperative that we raise awareness of the services that are there for us. As to my campaign for the consequences of gambling, it's a big one for myself. I know I've seen quite a lot of people personally, some of my age, some older, they've fallen into the trap of gambling addiction. Particularly now with how easy it is with the sort of online Ladbrokes, things like that. It's so easy to go into gambling and not realize consequences that you're not guaranteed an outcome that is beneficial to yourself. You can lose money very easily. And as students, we don't have money to waste, especially when there's no guarantee of this positive income. And this is the message I want to send by running this campaign. And for my last policy, the University Health Service, this is an amazing facility we have, not a lot of universities do. Our nearest general hospital is Ninewells, but we are lucky enough to have a health service with a doctor on our campus. However, it is my belief that this provision is underfunded. Abertay and St Andrews Uni are able to access our health service, which is a lot of students, around 30,000 if my calculations are correct. If the health service had more staff, however, it would be better advertised and better utilised, and the general mental and physical health of the student body would increase rapidly. It's my plan to lobby the university for more funding towards the health service, running campaigns throughout, as I believe it is a service we cannot lose, and is one of the many reasons, in my opinion, Dundee Uni is the best university in Scotland. Anyway, that is my 3 policies for my term. On top of these, I want to continue the amazing work Katie and the rest of the exec have done this year, raising awareness of their positions, the SRC, and continue the many campaigns that are currently running. This is our university. Let's make it the best it can be. Thank you. Thank you.
He's come far from Kirkcaldy, hasn't he? The other candidate is Elena Angelopoulou.
No, I cannot take it, right?
And I'm sorry, I've probably made a real mess of pronouncing your name, so perhaps you should
You're
say,
not the first one, not the last one.
perhaps
So
you should say how it should be said,
it's Elena Angelopoulou.
just as I said.
Okay. Close enough. Well done, though. Well done. Okay, so there's so many of you here. This is exciting. First of all, I would like to thank you for making the time to come to this event. I'm pretty sure it's very important for all of us here. So let me start off by talking a bit about myself. My name is Elena Angelopoulou, and I'm running for Vice President of Student Welfare. I'm currently studying financial economics, and I'm pursuing my 3rd year. I'm Greek. Oh yeah! But I was born in Russia, so yeah, which is kind of international. So I have a bubbly personality, and I'm very social. All of my friends are saying that I talk a lot, and I assume that it's true. So yeah, my friends and my family encourage me a lot in my decision for applying for this position, right? It is a very big step for me, and it's scary, let's put it that way, right? So I think I'm suitable for this position because I involve myself with student representation before. I've been the class rep of first year students career module, second year's internship and economics module, third year general representative for all third year's economic students. I'm a good team player. As I involve myself with various societies, I was the cashier treasurer of Chess Society last year, PR manager for 2 consecutive years for International Society. I also took part actually in Enterprise Gym twice. Can you imagine how much I liked it? And yeah, where we had to work in a group and develop a business idea. So that's basically it. I would like to talk about my policies now. I would like to say that the first thing that I find it very impressive when I first came here to this country, it was the cultural diversity of Scotland. When I first stepped to the campus, I get to know people from countries that I never encountered before, and that's what I want to embrace, and that's what I want to promote in the university through encouraging societies to work together on cultural events. Also, I would like to encourage diversity within the university, and by that I mean I would like to organize a campaign that will involve a group of students who are willing to take on a night out students with disabilities. They'll make sure that they arrive to Dusa building in safety, have fun during the night out, and go home in safety as well. So yeah, my second policy is to provide some guidance to students who are struggling with budgeting, because I know, especially first years, when you arrive to university, and you have your bank account, you have your money, you don't ask money from like your parents on everyday basis. So some students don't know really how to handle money, and they ended up living on noodles or like for the last week of the month. So that's my second policy. And my last policy is that I would like to encourage volunteering within the university, and also I would like to embrace the acknowledgement of students' participation in volunteering through the provision of formal certificates and maybe formal appraisals. I know that this year will be the first year that the university will organize student award ceremony. Yes, I said it. And it will involve the principal, the vice principal, and the director of student services. So you can nominate your friends to run for to be nominated for this award. It actually will be a plastic trophy, and also and also a framed certificate. I mean, it's good, and I would like to make sure that this is happening every year. And what else? Okay. Well, that's basically it. That's my 3 policies. If you have any further questions, you can address after. And I would like to finish off by saying that if I get elected, I'm here for you. If you need a listening ear or a helping hand or a bootylicious leg, I'm here for you guys. Yeah, so, and I can definitely relate, because I'm international, I'm coming from a different country, and I have to say that Scotland welcomed me in such a warm way. I feel like a part of the community. I mean, but I can relate to the struggles that some people are going through when they first arrive here, when it comes to language, coursework, university workload. And that's why, by me understanding the problem, I can help you overcome it. So thank you for your attention, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Did you say plastic trophy? No expense spared at Dusa, is there? Have a seat. So I'm going to ask each candidate 2 questions. First of all, Andrew, I actually didn't know there was a university health service. So, and I think a lot of students just aren't aware of it. So what does it involve, and how are you going to make it more prominent?
The University Health Service is on campus. They have weekly, I think it's Wednesday afternoon, they have weekly sessions where you can just drop in and see the local GP. It's a service, there's only one doctor we have on the University Health Service, so it's underprovided there in that level, so they can't really advertise it a lot in case, you know, you get a massive flood of students and they can't provide for them all. So yeah, it's a service on campus that people don't really know about, and I plan on running campaigns to help them raise awareness and lobby the uni to get more funding towards it, because I feel it's a really important aspect of the student services that we have.
So you can't advertise it in case people use it? Right.
Pretty much.
Yes, and does it replace other students' real GPs in quotes, or is it just a drop-in thing?
Well, you can make appointments with the GP that we have. It doesn't replace the GPs that you have at your practices, but it's closer to where if you're living in halls, it's right next to you. If there's something that's not really major, you can go to the drop-in sessions. They'll quickly assess you, alleviate any nerves you have. It's a good service.
You mentioned gambling. What do you think are the other really big issues for student welfare that you think need tackling?
Other than gambling?
Yes.
The sexual health is obviously a big important issue for our students. Drug awareness is going to be one of my policies. Drug awareness hasn't run a campaign for a while. Obviously that's a big issue for people our age. Sexual health, drug awareness, money issues. Yes, the worst ones. Healthy eating. We run the healthy body, healthy mind service already, but that would obviously want to be continued throughout. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Elena, I've got a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
You mentioned you want to encourage people to volunteer. In my experience, getting people to volunteer is pretty hopeless. So how are you going to do it?
Well, I think everybody here in the university wants to get the most out of this experience. It's not only about the studies, right? You need to involve yourself with societies, with different parts of a university. And I think volunteering is one of the most interesting thing to do. So even if you can get a formal certificate just saying that you volunteered for this event, you did this, and the university acknowledged that, I think it's a motivation already, you understand? And through volunteering events, I've been participating in quite a lot of them, and I think you get to know many, many people, and you broaden your horizons, and you make new friendship, which is like quite good, I think. So, did I cover your question?
So, part of it is getting people rewarded for volunteering.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think so.
That makes sense. You mentioned budgeting, which is very interesting to me.
Mhm.
How will you improve my budget?
Your budget?
How will you stop me spending?
I will buy you more bottles of wine, so save up your money.
I think that's probably covered by some kind of bribery act.
Oh, well, no, don't get me wrong.
I mean, but budgeting is very difficult for everybody. So
Yes.
how will you actually help people to do it?
There's already services for that, which there's a whole month, I think, that people are informing people are informing students how to manage the finances. I want to be a part of it and promote it to a further extent, right? And I also asked the lady who deals with these issues if we could give out like books, right? Like diaries where you can write down your expenses and how much money you have left on a weekly basis. That will help a student to actually, manage the budget, right, throughout the month. And she said that it's negotiable, and it depends on the budget that the university itself can allocate to this procedure. So, yeah.
Right, so you each get to ask the other one question. So, Andrew, what's your question for Elena?
Working with student services is a massive part of the VPSW role, so how do you intend on going about that? Like,
Well, I already worked, thank you for the question, by the way. to begin with that. I already involved myself with working with the services before. As part of my degree, as part of my course, right, I had to take internship during the second year, and I had to work with Jean Mizun. I always confuse her surname, Muzinski, sorry. And I had to conduct a portfolio analysis, which involved receiving information from volunteering groups of our university, what kind of procedure they do to thank their volunteers, what kind of how they tackle them, how they make them interest in the volunteering process, like through sending emails, or it's different stages of like portfolio that I need to get information from all these services, like peer connection, international support, what else? Well, I don't really remember right now, but yeah. And I also work with Susan Scott during the Welcome Week to welcome students who just arrived to the university. We had to talk to them about the university. We have to make them feel welcomed. And I also have a T-shirt that says my name on it and have Welcome Week 2013-2014. So yeah, quite involved myself with this kind of services already within the university. So yeah, did I cover your question?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Your question for Andrew.
Well, I would like to ask Andrew how you can really promote your gambling campaign, because you cannot really come to students and say that, oh, I know you might gamble, so come and listen to the lecture or the you know what I'm saying, yeah.
I'd run it as a normal campaign to begin with. I'd find information from online sources, maybe even go to gambling addiction places. Don't really know what the names of those are right now, but places that deal with gambling addiction, find out what the statistics are for people our age, maybe get some hard facts, scary facts. I know it might not sound very happy right now, but yeah. I'm not trying to scare people into realizing the dangers, but it needs to be, people need to realize from an early age that it's an issue. Even things like lottery it's all gambling.
Sure.
You know, yeah. So I'd run campaigns right from the beginning. Using
that's good.
information.
That's very good.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
I think student welfare is a particularly important post, so let's have some particularly probing questions now.
Wow,
There's quite a few.
Um,
Starting at the front.
Okay, I'm going to start with the bar.
Be
My
soft on
favorite
us.
place to start off with. I am a student, don't worry. I just like, this is a question for both people. A lot of issues that people have are gender specific, so people might be a little bit wary of going to see you, like a girl, Andrew, going to see you, or Elena, like a boy going to see you. How would you sort of promote yourselves as open to everybody? Because obviously people know that they can go and see Vice President of Student Welfare, but for me, if I had an issue and I knew it was a boy, it would make me a little bit more nervous about going. So how would you, well, to both of you, no, to like a boy.
Yeah, I understand.
Do you know what I mean? So how would you promote yourself to encourage people to get over that sort of nervousness of going to speak to someone of the opposite gender?
Okay, Andrew?
It's a question of your reputation, really. I think I'm pretty open and pretty nice to talk to, easy to talk to. But then if there is ever that issue, I mean, there is services you can go to where these issues can be addressed by like the correct person, whether it's a woman or a man. So it doesn't necessarily need to be dealt with by myself. But I could always point you in the direction of a person who you'd rather speak to, whether that's a person on the exec or a person in one of the student services. I mean, there's so many options, and if you aren't comfortable speaking to me, then I could point you in the right direction.
Emma?
I totally agree with Andrew. Actually, it always comes down to your personality. If a person is willing to come to you, he thinks that he will be or she will be able to entrust you with his problem, then he should. I mean, like there's many services, a lot of support to be gained from like different parts of the university. But what I would think, because as a class rep, I'm going to, when it's the annual meeting with the our lecturers, I'm going to give out lecture shoutouts to people that they can address any issues to me. That's my email, that's my Facebook. You can always come to me and approach and talk to me. That's maybe one tool that I will think to encourage them to come and talk to me. So come to a lecture. Okay, there are many lectures in the university, but still you can manage within a week or within 2 weeks to come to all of them and just say, hello, I'm here to help you. If you need me, just knock on my door and I will provide you with a delicious leg. What can I say? Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
And sorry, can I say something last? I'm talking too much. Yeah. I just want to say that as Vice President of Student Welfare, if Andrew or me will be elected, we cannot deal with every kind of issues. We will be able to be the starting point. We will be able to address you if you're dealing with something that we cannot manage to assist you. We will be able to address you to the right person. So that's what part of our roles, I think, as well. So yeah, thank you.
Next question.
My question would go to Andrew. A comment he made just now earlier on the health service. Yes, true. Not many students know about the health service, and you said you want to advertise it, but not too much. To be honest, I'm as a student, I don't know about the health service, and I think many as well don't know. And do you need to advertise the health service to students who need it? And I think that was a bit of a silly statement to say not to advertise it too much, because you will advertise it and those targeted people are the ones who need it. So I think it should be a priority to advertise it a lot on campus for everyone to know that the health service exists on campus and there's a nurse on campus and there's different facilities, rather than say no, we don't want the nursing office to be flocked, because if it's flocked then there's the issue and there's an epidemic if it's flocked. So that's a bit irresponsible to say that. That's my question to Andrew.
Well, it was my point that it currently isn't really advertised very much, but hopefully if we had more provisions towards it, it would be advertised more, and I wish it was advertised more, because it's a service that I would personally like to use, but I wasn't aware of it until quite recently, actually. So, yeah, no, I agree with that. Saying that we don't advertise it because it's not a big thing and people would go to it is pretty true, because they can't take all 30,000 students for one doctor, which is an issue, and that's the issue I'd like to tackle with that, and we would want to advertise it a lot more than it currently is. Yeah, does that answer the question? Yeah, cheers.
This is a question for both of you. As VPSW, you may have to deal with students who are experiencing really difficult or very personal troubles. How do you feel that you will cope with that yourself personally, and what experience do you have that would help facilitate this?
Well, personally, I feel I deal very well with that, because people treat me as an agony aunt already. So I feel like I'm very open and I can understand people's issues and give them advice pretty well. And I'd hope people would think I was giving advice pretty well. But if they didn't, I mean, again, point them in the right direction of someone that they might feel more comfortable with. But again, personally, I feel like I do a pretty good job with that. Yeah. Test me out later if you want. Just ask me. Tell me your problems. I don't mind.
Well, I'm looking forward to that.
I will text you definitely. I think sometimes when a person is dealing with a problem, he doesn't really need someone to resolve it for him. He just needs someone to be there for him and listen to him, provide like a listening ear, as I said before. And maybe even I won't be able to contribute to the resolution of problem. I would like this person, maybe we can go here and have a drink, a Coke or something, and talk about different stuff that make you kind of forget about your problem and like feel a bit happier about the whole situation. So, and definitely I won't be able to give you, I will be a bit afraid to give you an advice if the problem is very complicated. If, for example, somebody come to me and tell me, oh, I think I want to commit suicide. Like, really, I will be scared to give any advice. I will just direct the person to the right part of the university who they will be able to give them an advice and, I don't know, provide guidance. Did I cover your question?
I think possibly I didn't articulate it in the best way for both of you. The problems that people come to you with could be really, really personal, and how it's more of how do you feel yourself you would be able to deal with that, because it's quite a large burden to take on.
Okay. Yes, sorry.
I can understand where you're coming from. It is really difficult, but I mean, it's sort of, you kind of have to test the waters when you have the job, and I mean, it's a learning situation how to deal with that. I mean, I've not really been in a situation where I've ever had really deep issues coming towards me, but I mean, personally I feel like I would be able to deal with them emotionally. I could. So yeah, it would be testing whether I could on the job, and I believe I could. Yeah.
Well, I will give you an example that once one of my acquaintances, I bumped into her on the street and she was crying, and I was like, Marina, what's going on? Well, why are you upset? And my grandfather passed away like yesterday, and I can totally relate to that because my father passed away as well. So I was only by me saying that I can relate to your problem, she felt better. So I mean, saying that you can relate to someone's problem, I think can make the person feel better. So yeah.
There was a question at the back.
We've got another 4 left, so I think that's probably going to be us for the VPSW role, guys, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Certain speak.
Okay. The current VPSW Katie is probably the best VPSW we've had for donkey's years. Sorry, Tom. But what do you think is the best and worst thing about Katie's time in the office?
Andrew, be careful here.
The best thing about Katie is the amount of work she's put in. I mean, she was exhausted the majority of the time because she put so much work in. I don't know the amount of campaigns she does, and she's just constantly working, really, aren't you, Katie? Mm-hmm. The worst thing, not really sure. What is the worst thing, Katie? You tell me. No, I don't know.
There be our politician's answer, Emma.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to get to know Katie very well. We've been introduced approximately 3 weeks ago. I always see her around university, walking around, busy, doing this, engaging herself in different activities. I think she devotes more time that you are supposed to devote to this role, and that's outstanding. I think if you rather stay and organize a campaign, think of creative ideas, and like and instead of going out and party, I think like she still parties, don't get me wrong, yeah, but but I think the time commitment that she gives to this role is outstanding. And also, when I emailed Jade, the deputy president, about me wanting to nominate for this position, she invited me to her office, and she gave me a very warm welcoming that made me actually feel more interested in the whole process. And Katie was there as well, and she devoted maybe 40 minutes to just come and talk to me and say what she's doing, how she's doing it, and I mean, that was very nice. And because I don't know Katie personally very well, I cannot say her negative side because I never seen one, you understand? So yeah.
It doesn't sound like you're going to get any negative reports, I'm afraid, Katie.
She's a good one.
Right. Next question.
Bearing in mind that 1 in 3 students suffers from anxiety or depression, whether diagnosed or not. The average fee, I think, is £60 for a private session, and from memory, I think that the NHS waiting time is 18 weeks. I find it shocking that neither of you have mentioned addressing this in your campaign speeches. And other than actually holding a campaign, how would you guys address student mental health as well as physical health?
Well, the student mental health is one of the issues that the health service looks into. There's always services such as Nightline, which is you can phone it any time if you have any issues. Mental health, I mean, it's a massive issue on campus. Again, you just brought up campaigning and stuff, but campaigning for awareness of it again, we do have the mental health awareness campaigns that we do. But other than the health service, again, I'm just going to bring that up, raised provisions for that, because that is a service that we can use, and it is one of the options on the website. It says that's what they deal with. Yeah, just raise that again.
I think there are many services that are there to tackle this problem. There's a Nightline service that you can call, and people will be able to provide you guidance from a telephone. I mean, for some people that might be better than the actual personal interaction. Also, I know that Jean Muzinski, sorry, she's running a campaign how to manage your stress. So before even you get into the stage of having anxiety, you can go to this workshop where she can, whether in a group or personally, she can like assist you on how not to get to this stage at first place. So I think, and even like, for example, some students, even my classmates, they're going through a lot of stress because we're third-year students. We have a lot of workload. At some point, you just need to involve yourself in other activities that makes you happy, and then when you feel more relaxed, you can continue with the coursework of your university. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And I agree that mental health is a very important issue. Being a psychologist, I suppose I'm a bit biased, but there is mental health issues are underdiagnosed in the population, and they're also stigmatized in a way that physical health issues aren't. So I'd like to ask both of you, how would you encourage people to overcome that stigma? And seek help if they need it.
It's an issue that I don't think people realize that they have these mental health issues. I mean, mental health is such a broad subject. I mean, realizing the symptoms of it from an early stage, I mean, it's not a bad thing that you have these mental health issues. I mean, 1 in 3 people, as you said, are diagnosed with mental health issues. So having the stigma, I mean, I don't know, on campus, I mean, having an open person you can go and talk to about it is probably one of the most important things you can have. I mean, it doesn't have to be an embarrassing thing for people, and I'm not too sure how to make it less embarrassing for people to admit that they would have a mental health issue.
I would like to say that if your anxiety comes from the coursework that you have in your modules, right? I think a good idea will be to actually organize some events so the class, the students in the class can integrate outside the actual lectures, right? And like social events, like I'm the class rep, so I've organized already 2 of them where my classmates can actually socialize and get to know each other. So when a student is going through a hard time, he will be able to talk to his fellow students. I'm speaking here, sorry. He will be able to speak to his fellow students about it and feel better. And maybe he will get an assistance from his fellow classmates. So also, I wanted to organize a campaign that came up to my mind 3 days ago approximately. You know, when we always have exams, we feel so stressed. We feel the anxiety coming over us, yeah? And I would like to organize a very simple campaign, involve a group of people, maybe 20, 30, give to them a t-shirt, a colorful t-shirt, direct them to go around the campus on the street and hug whoever they see in front of them. That's it. A hug can make your day. A hug can like make you feel happier. Let's put it that way. Less stressful. And at the same time, I would like to promote healthy food. And when they're gonna hug the people, they also will give out a healthy snack like an apple or juice or banana. I don't know, fruits. So I think it will be a good idea. So.
Next question.
Yeah, we have 2 left, guys. So I hope we can keep it to that. We have one from quote from our current president: "The best VPSW we've had in donkeys." And then Tom, who was VPSW 2 years ago.
And not as good. My question's actually from an ex-student who's sent in, and she says, as VPSW, how are you going to tackle sexual harassment and help bring sexual harassment incidents down on campus?
Again, sexual harassment is one of these big issues that happens in workplace, university. Again, raising awareness of the fact that this is an issue. It's for people, having an open door policy where people can come and speak to you, or you can have a service where people can go to ask for advice on legal advice as well, because it's a legal issue. They can go for legal advice, they can go for advice on how to deal with it and the emotional aspect behind it, because it is an emotional thing to go through. So yeah, just maybe create a service where people have that opportunity to go somewhere to get advice for it. Okay.
I can imagine that can be a very, very a big problem, but unfortunately I never encountered anyone to come and talk to me about this issue. That's why I think that if you establish yourself as being friendly and as being always there for someone, right? I think this person will be able to come and talk to you and trust you with their issue. But before this happens, I think the university really needs to invest in building a strong personality and a healthy mind in students, right? Because if they already have the right background, this is less possible to happen, that somebody will come and sexually harass you, because you'll be mentally strong and maybe physically strong as well. Go to the gym, or I don't know, so you can punch the person who come and harass you. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Jade, where have you gone, Jade?
Okay, first, Ian, before you run away, thank you very much for the volunteer recognition. I like that thing here, but not something you do. Thank you very much. So, also thank you to the girl who mentioned about the mental health being a factor. My question is about the Nightline service. So I set up the Nightline service when I was in VPSW, and since then it's now put into the constitution for the VPSW that they are to support the service. And I know you've both mentioned it, but what is it that you actually know about the service, and how do you intend to make sure that Nightline Dundee stays and improves the quality to which it currently is at?
Well, I know the Nightline, since it's been created, has been hugely successful. I'm not 100% sure how it works. I know the VPSW does sit on the Nightline board. I'm not over that. I'm not really sure how it works. People have that option, maybe raise awareness of it again, but I think it's pretty well advertised right now. I know from a student perspective quite a lot about it, but from the technical aspects, I'm not too sure.
Well, I think this will be the part that we will be trained on once we get elected, me or Andrew. So, but I assume that it's good to always advertise this service and maybe give out leaflets outside the university. Say, and again, engage, not really just give out leaflets, say, that's it. Say that if you ever need anything, if you're dealing with any problems, and if you don't really want in the personal interaction, always call to this number and people will be able to assist you throughout the night. Don't hesitate. Don't share your problem. Once your problem is shared, you feel way happier about it, I think. So, yeah.
There was one final question. Did you? Yeah, just here. This will be the last one.
Do you not think that the advantage is causing some reaction to policy? Do you not
Right. Andrew?
I'm not, would you be able to repeat the question? I didn't hear it very well. Sorry.
Yeah, my name's Alex. Just on the question of sexual harassment, do you not think just kind of inviting people in to talk to you of they're being sexually harassed is a somewhat reactionary policy? Do you not think you should be trying to change attitudes about sexual harassment and stop it happening in the first place?
Yeah, well, yes, is the answer to that. By having policies in place where the university has very open solution for sexual harassment, I mean, having these policies in place beforehand is what reduces the amount of sexual harassment that happens. Yeah, if there's a system where people feel open to communicate about it, and there's the university. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how much of an issue it is within the university. I've not investigated into that. But yeah, it's definitely something that should be just like have a policy against. I mean, it probably does have a policy against it already, but whether that's enforced or not, I'm not sure.
I think we should promote the idea that if you're sexually harassed, you shouldn't be embarrassed about it. It's not your fault. It's really the other person's should feel bad about it. So that's why if you realize that you're not responsible for what happened to you, if you realize that nobody will point out at you, oh, look at her or look at him, he's been sexually harassed. I think this person will be able to come out clean and not be ashamed of what happened to him. Because it's not really your responsibility, it's not really your fault. It's the other person who was doing this bad thing that when I even think about it, I already feel like very emotional, you know? So I think if you encourage students to admit that you shouldn't be embarrassed about it, I think they will be able to feel more welcome to share this problem at first place. So yeah, that's what I think. Thank you.
I'm not sure quite either of them answered that question. My personal opinion is that it isn't just a question of university policies, but it's one of education. And let's face it, most sexual harassment is of women by men, and men need to know what is acceptable and what is unacceptable, and that means very clear policies and education of men in the first place. And we don't just want to react to incidents, we want to stop the incidents happening. I think that's what is needed. So, it's, let's now have a nice break where we can investigate, where we can top up our glasses. And do you think 10 minutes is enough?
For me, yeah, probably.
Yeah, so about 9:15.
Thank you.
there's a lack of interest, and I don't mean that in any offensive way to the students, but sometimes there's just no interest there, and I think it really comes down to getting enough people on campus to start that ball rolling, and then it becomes something big. I did a lot of research over the summer. I spoke to about 8 universities, RGU, St Andrews, Sheffield, a whole pile of other ones are notoriously successful for RAG, and the way they do things is just totally different here. One of the big things was turning it into a year, and I think that's taken up a lot of my resources. Rather than just having the 1 week where I could properly plug the events, turning it into a year-long campaign as opposed to event has been pretty hard.
Question over here.
Hey, I have a question regarding societies funding. Basically, I'm sure that you know that our society, Diplomats at Dundee, managed to get €40,000 approximately from the European Commission in terms of funding. What do you think is the best way to promote the opportunities that exist there for societies such as ours? And how do you think that is possible to raise awareness on campus regarding such funding opportunities?
I think a lot of the answer to that question is actually lying with Joe, our New Clubs and Societies coordinator. The university realised that there was a need to have extra help. We've now got well over 100 societies. I think it's 112 societies on campus just now, via my own records. And that's a lot. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, there was 40 or 50 less than that, and it's very difficult with the limited amount of money that we have to get those societies the money that they need, particularly if they're looking for money that is, I mean, yourselves are classic examples. You need €40,000 for your event. We could never give you €40,000 worth of money here. Do you know what I mean? But I think, in all honesty, the best way of getting the word around is word of mouth from one society to the next. You guys will interact with each other on a whole far more than I could interact with every single society. And if you guys, as an example or as a precedent, get out there and say, yeah, look what we've done. We've kicked ass this year. We've had huge events on. This is the 2nd year running that you've got this. Do you know what I mean? That's the sort of thing that you could really do a lot of good around campus just by word of mouth. We are looking down different ventures. I mean, I know the Clubs and Societies coordinator is looking at getting money from different companies or specific discipline companies. Could be physics, could be anything like that towards societies. But I think the best way is word of mouth. If you as a society are very heavily active and very involved and can go as a small unit and get money like this, why can't others?
I had lunch, graduation lunch here in the air bar, and I thought it was extremely good. And if I wanted to have lunch any day here, could I do so?
As a staff member?
Yeah,
or? Yeah, staff come in here all the time.
Well, I didn't know that, and I don't think a lot of people do. So how would you? Presumably, you would make more money, even though it seems pretty cheap. You would make more money if more people ate here. So, what could you do to advertise it more widely?
In terms of like meals, whether that's lunch or dinner or breakfast menus that we have here, I know that during, I think it's the first week of term, there is an email that goes around to staff for, I can't remember if it's something along the lines of 25% off, but there is an email that goes around to staff. I remember it going around at the beginning of the year, encouraging staff to come to the building. I cannot remember the specifics on it. However, what I've tried to do in recent months particularly is the society fundraisers, aside from the meal sort of thing, the society fundraisers on Thursday nights have gone downhill recently, partially because Saturday nights and Friday nights are so popular, and 3 nights in the Trop just doesn't do students. They're not going to go out for 3 nights in a row. So we've tried to get as many societies in this room here as possible, because this is an ideal environment. Setting up a pub quiz or bingo or some form of lecture or anything educational at all is an ideal sort of venue, like we're having tonight, for you to have a spoken conversation where people can hear. It's a nice relaxed environment, but at the same time, and without sounding sort of money grabbing here, it does put money behind the bar, and that money again goes back into the system and helps the students. It's not just about this place being a restaurant. This place here is more of a multi-purpose venue. It's not just somewhere you come to eat.
Yeah, I would happily eat here, and you should charge staff £1 extra, I think. They can afford it. Any other questions? Yeah,
over here. To your left, left. Keep that. There we go.
Sorry.
Firstly, I just want to say, Doug, you have done a great job this year, and you are the better pool player. So I'll congratulate you on that. The first question I've got is, obviously societies and sports clubs, they get involved in the Thursday night fundraisers, which without argument can be seen as not as being such a big success. So what do you see as the sort of solution to making Thursday fundraisers or fundraisers in general much more successful within the Union Dusa building?
this is something that has actually been on. I sit on the departmental managers meeting here at Dusa. Every Monday we go in and we basically we analyse how the previous week's gone and what we can do better and things. And this is something again that Jo has started doing pretty successfully. She set up a survey interviewing specifically the folk who'd organised the events, asking them, one, how we'd done in terms of playing host to the event, two, how we thought they'd done in terms of actually trying to organise events and our own interactions with them, but also to see how Thursday nights are. And one of the things is that Thursday nights just don't seem to be popular anymore. As I said as sort of the last question, Saturday nights and Friday nights are huge in the union, and there's not that much of a drive now to see students come to the same venue 3 nights in a row, particularly if it's just the same old stuff, different day. Now, whether or not it's a case of trying to get societies themselves to maybe team up with more societies to get involved, so you've got more of a driving force, you sell more tickets, the event becomes more popular, maybe you diversify your events. I don't know, I'm still awaiting the results of this survey, but from the looks of it, I genuinely think that perhaps less society events in terms of the actual big mono fundraisers or 4 or 5 fundraisers are required, and more of the smaller events in here. Recently we've been organising between 2 and 3 pub quizzes or bingo nights or things like that every week, which was, we were maybe getting 1 a week last year or last semester. Now we've been going for the 2 or 3 a week, and because that appeals to a very small group, specifically the physics society or the psychology society or whoever it is, that audience doesn't run out. You're happy to go to one of these events a semester. It's not like you're trying to appeal to 400 or 600 students who are going to get bored after a couple of days or a couple of weeks. So I genuinely think that's the way forward. Also, I think that that Joe's already looking and is doing a good job of getting external sources of fundraising. I think that's going to play a major part in the years to come. There's one final.
We have quite a lot of rich-ish university members, such as the principal, the university secretary. At graduation times, we have quite a lot of high-powered people sitting in this room enjoying a lunch. Welcome week we do as well. Do you think it's a good idea to get them more involved in RAG to help the university and the union raise more money for good charities?
Absolutely. I think that's one of the things that I noticed over the summer when I did do my research into finding out what different universities were doing to do with RAG, how they were getting the sheer sums of money that they were doing, apart from the fact that they'd been going for 20, 30 years, and that was why they were raising nearly £1 million. One of the main things that they have is they have a very good relationship with the university in terms of RAG, and the universities in a lot of these areas have unions with staff, full-time staff, not somebody who's got to deal with 100-odd societies and take up a normal sabbatical role, but full-time members of staff who are solely dedicated towards generating as much money and as much awareness towards whichever RAG charity or charities as they can. And that's something I think we're missing out on big time. I don't think the university here yet realises what RAG is on the sort of the larger context, but I have had a meeting with Pete Downs and the president Ian McKinnon earlier on in the year. I noticed Ian's head perk up very quickly there. We have had meetings together, and it is something that is on the university's agenda, hence why I think that they've promised us £5,000 towards the RAG charity if we reach our targets of getting 71% of students responding in the National Student Survey.
There's one final question.
Hi, you said next year if you were re-elected you wanted to develop volunteering further.
Mm-hmm.
Myself and 6 other individuals have been recruited by the Career Service as volunteering ambassadors since September. Since then we came up with the idea of having a volunteering award ceremony which will be taking place in March, and we've also been developing the volunteering portal which can be accessed through the Career Service. What will you do to contact the volunteer? How will you collaborate with the volunteer ambassadors next year, and why haven't you been in contact with us this year?
Good question. I actually sit on the committee that has been helping sort out the volunteering awards in March. I'm invited along there, and I've been sort of involved in the nomination process for certain. I know there's a society volunteer. There's numerous other volunteer categories for this position. I found this year, in all honesty, a massive learning curve, and I'm sure there are areas of students that I've not been able to make contact with, and I apologise for that, but I'm in here more hours than I can count, and I apologise if I've not made contact with certain groups. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that the university, in terms of the services, sometimes, and I'm sure we're guilty of this as well, isn't the best at communicating what they're getting on or what they're doing. We've had numerous things where student services, 2 different groups of student services have come to Dusa, for instance, the healthy eating or to do with money campaigns, where they've come to us, they've come to 2 different exec members, about the same thing, not making the exec members aware or not making each other's departments aware that that's what's been happening. I think communication comes down to this a lot, both on my own part and the rest of the exec, but also with the university. I don't think anybody is blameless in this. The other thing I would ask is why perhaps the volunteers that have been feeling that I should be making contact haven't come to me. I'm open for this. I'm here. My door's always open. I'm in here God knows how many hours a day. Come and knock on my door. If you've got something that you think is worthwhile me doing, my role is student activities. I don't care what student activities you've got on, as long as they're not illegal, come and speak to me. Come and grab me.
Yeah, final one. I wanted to hear more about the illegal ones myself. But,
Yeah, given the amount of income I'd imagine that the union generates from alcohol sales on a weekly basis, could it not be a feasible idea, or this is a question, how feasible would it be to introduce maybe a charity premium of even 5p per alcohol purchase?
There are a lot of actual
5p.
sort of, there are a lot of legislations around Dusa as a charity where we can't really, we can't as such just take money from the students as a charity ourselves and legally just give it to another charity. We can organise events through societies or through groups of students, which is what I do, where we can have a rag campaign, but that's not Dusa donating money that it is generating to another charity. We're not actually allowed to do that. And this is again one of the points that I was going back to, in that a lot of students haven't seen Dusa from the Dusa perspective. And realistically, I don't think we would get away with putting an extra 5 pence or whatever onto the price of drinks legally and give it to charity.
Charity as a whole, or what? Like, I know you said a charity, but is there no way you could have like part of the budget like taken for charity in general, or is that just I don't know?
If you attend the AGM later on this year, you'll get to see a financial breakdown of exactly how much the union makes and how damn near the line we come to just breaking even. Last year we were over £100,000 in debt. This year, a lot of the folk from the commercial side have really pushed the boat out this year, and we are hopefully going to be in profit. I'm not too sure yet. You can't tell what's going to happen, but hopefully we will be in a profit. But I say profit and deficit. It's never really a profit and deficit as such. It all goes back straight into the students, and I think it would be unfair for us if we've got students with campaigns or issues that they're not getting dealt with. I think it would be unfair for us as a union or as a students association, not a charity association, a students association, to take money out of the student budget and give it to a charity.
okay, thank you. The next post up is the Vice President for Communication and Strategy. And this is, and I do hope I get this right.
Communication campaign.
What did I say?
Communication strategy.
Oh, see, our strategy on the mind. That's the trouble with being university manager. Strategy, Vice President, Communication and Campaign. And Zuchaela Smylie.
Yeah, let's twist again. What did I see? Do you remember when?
Sorry guys, I didn't get nervous a lot. Sorry. First off, hi everyone. Hope you've all been enjoying the evening so far. I've had a couple of glasses of wine and biting my nails because I've been nervous, but hey ho, let's move on. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Zuchaela Smylie, and I'm here tonight to hopefully convince you all to re-elect me as your VPCC here at Dusa. I thoroughly enjoyed my time in office over the last 7.5 months, running campaigns, building good relations with the Dusa media outlets, and being part of such a great exec team. Successes of the last year have included Dusa's political awareness campaign. This kicked off with the joint Dusa and 5 Million Questions event, the Big Education Debate, which was a great success. This coming Monday and Tuesday, we will be playing host to Dusa's Political Awareness Day. Our VP's Aspire event on the topic of Scottish independence, and of course Dusa's mock referendum. Please come along. On top of all this, we have managed to secure Dusa as a polling station this year, which has further helped our aim of encouraging more students to register to vote. In October, myself and the current VPSA, Douglas Schreiber, co-produced the Dusa Marathon Radio Show, which proved to be a great success, raising nearly £3,000 for our RAG charity, as well as showing students that Dusa Radio, and consequently Dusa Media as a whole, exists. The Dusa Winter Market was another small success of this year, which offered a platform for our students with a product to sell. This was the very initial step in my student supporting student enterprise scheme, which is something I would like to build upon further and will speak about later. In organising and planning these events, I realised one thing, the importance of teamwork. Yes, it's important to come up with great ideas, but at the end of the day, you need to be a true team player and work with people to achieve success, particularly in relations with campaigns. I believe that I've shown this attitude during my time in office, working closely with my fellow officers on various events and campaigns. I think it would be fair to say that stepping into this role, I was a little naive about what exactly the job entailed. And indeed, over the past few months, it's proven to be a great learning curve. I've learned that in order to have a successful exec, you must go beyond what is stated in your remit and support each other in achieving goals. It is also important to recognise the areas where you show weaknesses and improve in these. I will be the first to admit that sometimes it's hard to strike a balance between the various aspects of your role. Every day you face a new challenge, and yes, this can be stressful, but it's what motivates you. Having had a year's experience in the role by the time the next exec takes office, I will have had plenty of experiences in dealing with these various challenges and will be well equipped to deal with whatever challenges I will face in the next year. So what's my plan for next year if I'm elected? Firstly, to provide greater support and promotion for Dusa Media. This year, I believe I've created a good relationship with the media outlets, but next year I would like to further this and provide greater input and offer more ideas to help promote the outlets. Secondly, I want to focus on issues that directly affect our students and run campaigns on issues which our students are passionate about. I believe I've done a good job this year with the campaigns I've run so far and only want to build upon these. Finally, I really want to push the Student Supporting Student Enterprise Scheme next year. I took time in planning the Dusa Winter Market and plan on running a similar event this semester as part of a wider campaign. However, as I've said, it has been a slow process and only initial steps have been taken this year, but I would like to increase the momentum of the scheme and push it even further to include an online student business directory. In addition to these three main policies, I would also like to work further on the communication element of my role by providing greater communication between our students and the exec by various means. So why vote for me? I hope you'll have taken on board my successes of the past year and can see my passion to be a true team player. As I've said, the past few months have been a learning curve, but have hopefully provided me with a strong foundation to build upon and achieve a lot more in the next year. I'm ready for another year to build upon what I've achieved this year and face new challenges, so I can only ask that you vote for me and grant me the privilege of being re-elected as VPCC and offered the opportunity to work as part of what I'm sure will be another great team next year. Thanks.
As an outsider, there seem to be quite a lot of executive posts that are very similar. Engagement, student activities, communication and campaign. They all seem broadly similar. What distinguishes your post and what particular thing do you bring to it?
Oops, sorry, it feels like this microphone's not on. Well, my role is campaigns and communications, so I should be taking the lead in running various campaigns. However, I think it would be fair to say that in order to run successful campaigns, as I said in my speech, we all need to work together. So in the next year, I'd really like to work a lot more closely with the VPSW, who deals a lot with welfare issues, obviously. This year, I think that I have worked well with the exec as a whole. I've worked very closely with our VPSA and Honorary Secretary on the Marathon Radio Show. I've also worked with Stefan in creating our Political Awareness Week next week, all things political. So I think that as an individual, sometimes I may need to take the role or the lead role in some of these campaigns, but it is up to being a team together and trying to provide the best campaigns you can all around.
Okay, I've got a question from your box, which is seems appropriate for someone in charge of campaigning, and it says more or less, why do you think so many of these posts are unopposed? Why is there not more competition?
Maybe everyone that has these posts is just so good at their job. Just kidding. That's perhaps an issue. Maybe that could be a point. I think that's a fair comment. No, I think that perhaps some people, Well, recently the exec were given a presentation by fourth year marketing students, and a lot of people on campus aren't actually aware of the exec and what exactly we do. Now, I wouldn't say that this is down to lack of trying on the exec's behalf, because this year we really, really have tried to be on the ground with the things like SRC Awareness Week and trying to get out there with various campaigns. I think that a lot of the time, now when I first came to uni, I did not give two craps about the exec student representation. I will put my hand up to that. I did not care. All I wanted to do was go out and get drunk. And I think that that is on the mind of a lot of students, and it's not until that they come across an issue that they may have, whether that be through an issue with their timetabling or exams, and once they have those issues, that's when they go out and they seek who it is they can be helped by. So sometimes I think that maybe students aren't necessarily interested in what we do until it comes around to a point where they need us to help them. However, that will be something I hope to tackle next year if I get elected.
Right, any questions?
I have one, if I may.
I suppose so, yes.
I'm glad you mentioned the presentations that the current exec have been receiving, because those of you that don't know, basically anyone who does know what we do, or who we are, sorry, they don't know what we do, which was great to hear. Thanks, guys. But as you are the lead in communications, do you feel that that has been a failure on your part specifically? And as you said that you want to take steps to improve it, what are those steps that you plan to take?
In my speech, I said that I was naive when I stepped into my role about what exactly it included and how far it stretched. I was naive in thinking about the timescales that I had in order to achieve all of my ambitions in the incoming year. Recently, we filled out our own peer reviews, and during that time, I actually realized myself that perhaps I lacked in the communication element of my role. When I realized that myself, I took a step and started to try and revamp the exec Twitter. After the marketing students presentation, that just encouraged me even more to step on board with the communication element of my role. I know that my predecessor was very much not so did not run so many campaigns, so perhaps this year I wanted to focus on the campaign element of my role. However, following, sorry, this is a really long-winded answer, but it's needed. Following the presentation that we were given, as I said, I would like to revamp the communication element of my role. We were given some suggestions, which I've taken on board, and the current exec will be implementing these from now. However, it's going to be a long process, and it's not something that can be achieved in the next 4 or 5 months. So it's something that I would like to be offered the opportunity to improve on next year. There will be various things put in place, such as we'll be reviving the exec Facebook, which we decided not to use at the beginning of this year, as it wasn't well used the previous year. It wasn't well utilized then, and it only damaged perhaps the reputation of the exec, so I felt it was appropriate to stop using it for a while. I also want to implement a feedback mechanism, which could be in a similar format to that in the library, where there's actually a machine where people can give feedback in, and various other suggestions were made, and I think it's going to take time to implement them, so I'd really like another year in the role to achieve this properly.
So the question here, yes?
Hi, Zuchaela. You mentioned in your policies that you wanted to continue the growth of Dusa Media, and I was wondering if you could expand on that with maybe some specifics of how you would like to see more students involved with Dusa Media.
I wouldn't say that this is necessarily limited to students being involved in Dusa Media. I say it would be more expanding Dusa Media to be known by a lot more students as well. Now, I said in my speech that this year I feel like I've built up relationships that may have not been there with previous execs, and perhaps I was a little naive by not perhaps contributing some ideas. However, myself and Tim and the exec guys, we came up with the idea of the marathon radio show along with yourself and that. I'd look into maybe perhaps putting on more big one-off events like that. I'd also like to use the mainstream Dusa social media sites to promote the mainstream Dusa social media sites to promote Dusa Media and forward people onto dusamedia.com. Obviously I'd need to speak with the incoming team to establish their goals and ambitions so that we had a mutual aim in the end.
obviously, you had the winter market, and I know that obviously due to weather, that wasn't as popular as it could have been. What sort of events do you have in the future this year, and if you were to get re-elected, what sort of main grassroots methods would you use to really encourage sort of enterprise and entrepreneurship from students?
As I said, this year was most definitely a learning curve that you can definitely not rely on Scottish weather at all. And that was a huge disappointment, and I think you realise that, Doug, when you see me that morning very, very early and I was going mental. Basically, this semester, the exec and myself are hopefully running a Culture on Campus campaign where I'd like to implement a similar spring market style event. And I'd only like to build upon this more and perhaps maybe do 2 events a year next year. And as I said, in regards to student enterprise, I'd really like to push the idea of an online business directory, which will take a lot of work and it will be a slow process, but it's something I'd really like to implement in the next year. Perhaps I would not only like to focus on the practical element of things, but perhaps get people in to offer up information on how to set up a business, and perhaps it's something that I could work in coordination with the enterprise gym on.
I wouldn't bother with the summer market.
Spring market.
Yes, I wouldn't bother with the summer one.
Hello. We're from Dundee Labour students, and the thing on Monday, we were only told recently about it, I think, and we've been rushing around like headless chickens trying to find any campaign materials for the event on Monday.
Okay. Sorry. Just jumping in there. I actually put a post out about this a couple of weeks ago onto the Society's pages. I advertised that on my VPCC Facebook page, and to be honest, I was really disappointed in the amount of feedback that I got back originally, and it was at that point where I really went out of my way to try and source individuals to approach and try and push them to get their societies encouraged, because this is something that I'm really passionate about, and I was rooting for like a number of societies to come along and get involved, and I can say that we have now secured 10 societies on Monday, which I'm really, really happy about, and I think it's going to be a great event in the end. And I'm sorry that it had taken so long for like you guys to hear about it and get around to it, but I'm hoping that it'll all pay off in the end.
Why do you think it took so long?
I suppose people are just busy with their lives and essay deadlines and exams and things like that. And sometimes these societies, maybe one person may think that someone else is taking the lead role in it. So yeah.
Any other questions, guys?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The penultimate post is for Deputy President. This is a contested one. How can they replace Jade? It's between Stefan, Tomov, and Marija Zuchaela. See, I'm very good at that. But yeah, that's just what I said. And first we have Stefan, please.
Hello, I'm sure people enjoyed the Breaking Bad intro just now, hear from the laughter. Hello everyone, my name is Stefan Tomov and I'm running for the position of Deputy President. I'm confident in contribution to the position. I have been described as a friendly person, one that is, people are not afraid to ask for help, and one who does not let them down when they've asked for help. My experience with representation started by being a class rep for the history and politics class in my first 2 years. In my third year, I was a counselor without portfolio in the Student Representative Council, and I had a significant contribution to bring the newly established university policy of bringing exam timetables as early as possible. This was done with constant communication and meetings with people actually who are doing this. This included the then Vice Principal of Learning and Teaching, David Coates, and the people who are actually drafting the timetable, David Russell and Kieran Clifford. At the moment, I'm the Vice President of Engagement of Dusa. The current position has given me a great insight of what the Deputy President is dealing when it comes to appeal, organizing elections, and taking care of all representation throughout the whole year. Furthermore, as VP, I have achieved a lot of work with the other members of the executive, which included my deputizing for Jade when it comes to STAIR representatives, help for the Raising and Giving year, and also, as Zuchaela already mentioned, organizing the Political Awareness Week. and other events. Further to that, I have revived the Aspire lecture series and made them more relevant to student engagement by inviting students to actually participate and deliver the talks. Talks that were on topics such as social and political participation. But that's enough about me. Let's talk about my policies now. My first policy is to enhance the relationship between the school presidents and the Dusa executive. This year, Deputy President Jade and Honorary Secretary Tim did a lot in the field. The work includes the establishment of a newly committee about only school presidents and an update of the role of the school president within the SRC and the university. I would like to utilize this committee more by having at least 4 regular meetings throughout the whole year, and I believe that using this forum, students will be able to tackle all kinds of representation issues on the micro level of the university. Furthermore, I plan to continue the good practice of Jade to pay attention to class reps and STAIR representatives. My second policy is to organize a Developing Academic Skills Week. The Academic Skills Center is a department of the university which helps students out with academic problems that they might have. Unfortunately, the ASC is not as popular as it should be. I would like to promote it more with organizing, as I said, a Developing Academic Skills Week, where students will be able to learn about different academic skills like writing of dissertations, proper citing of papers, exam tips, and writing of reports. My last policy is probably the most ambitious one. It's to organize the first ever TEDx in Dundee. TEDx is an independently organized event which is inspiring individuals, which are done through lectures where individuals are inspiring dialogue and different lectures. TEDx talks have been organized in many cities around the world. However, Dundee is lagging behind Scotland's other universities like Aberdeen, Glasgow, Edinburgh, and St Andrews. Organizing a TEDx will enrich the vibrant culture on campus, it will raise the profile of the university, and will also give an opportunity to students to be part of a world-renowned event that's going to be great on their CV. If you ever need a trustworthy and friendly face which can help you with academic appeals, housing issues, and other sensitive pieces of information, better call Stefan, the Deputy President that you deserve.
And next we have Marija.
What's going on? Sooner or later, are you ready for this? Tell them who it is. I said,
Hey, groovy.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sure most of you are ready to go to bed by this time, so I'll try and keep it short for everyone. Can't promise anything, but I'll try. Can everyone hear me clearly? Just make sure. Yes, yes? Okay. So my name is Marija, and I am running for a position of Deputy President, as I'm sure you're aware of at this point. Well, I'll start off with a bit of a background about myself. First of all, I was born in Macedonia, where I lived till I was 9, then moved to Canada, and which is where we have lived now for the past 13 years. And it's crazy. It seems that it was only 4 years ago that I actually came to Dundee. I remember when I first heard a Dundonian speak, I actually thought the Scots spoke a foreign language. I was like, I turned to my mom, I was like, they speak a different language here? I can't learn a different language? I was in a total panic state. Funnily enough, I still do think some Scots do speak a foreign language. So why did I decide to run for Deputy President, you might ask? I guess it all began last year on a whim when I did decide to run for independent court member. Although that was on a whim, I have tremendously enjoyed my time here, being involved in everything that has come out of it, and I do wish for this experience to continue. This year, through my position of independent court member, And as a representative of the student staff committee at the law school, I've been able to make changes that have had a greater impact on a wider student community. I've managed to push for timetables to be released in the law school, as well as extended periods of times for seen exams. Seeing as how these little things can have a huge impact, I figured, as deputy president, I would have a wider reach and have more direct contact with students from a variety of backgrounds and be able to assist them in whatever their issues might be, whether it's housing, appeals, or even personal. If elected, it would also allow me to stay in Dundee for an extra year, which I would tremendously enjoy. So why do I think I'm right for this position? Well, quickly to put it, if I didn't believe I would do a great job or I wasn't suitable for this position, I would have applied for it in the first place. Regardless, I have been involved in a number of things, including being the sports rep and secretary of the Law Society. I've also held a variety of jobs, everything from marketing to medical field to even customer service. As previously mentioned, I currently do hold the position of independent court member and sit on the Law Staff Student Liaison Committee. This has allowed me to work both independently and in a team. As such, I would be more than confident in the position as deputy president. These experiences have also allowed me to obtain a variety of skills and views, which, if elected, I would bring to the executive. So for all of those who haven't done your homework and read up on the policies, mine are as follows. First and foremost, I'm sure you've heard numerous of times tonight, I seek to encourage greater volunteering and work opportunities within Dundee and outwith. My main focus would be to encourage healthy business relationships within the community and local businesses, to establish a job experience scheme where students can have the opportunity to gain experience within their own field and be able to develop on their skills. This, I also hope to raise awareness of the volunteering opportunities available for students and the work of the University Career Service. In order to accomplish this, I would urge individuals to use their contacts within the community, go out and be able to create positions for students to be able to attain experience that would allow them to have a more hands-on approach to learning, and which gives it a bit of a break from the mundane lectures. I would also campaign for a greater awareness of volunteering opportunities. I know personally, if I was aware of everything that was going on in the community, I would be more encouraged and would be more induced to go out and actually volunteer. And I think this would allow individuals to give back to the community, experience new things, and perhaps find a skill or an interest they might even love. So secondly, I will push for better financial support for all students. I understand, as a student, we face financial difficulties, especially as an international student. It can be a real struggle to properly plan finances, especially since it's often quite hidden costs arise. In order to provide better financial support for students, I plan to work with various departments around the university, from admissions and student recruitment, from before the students even arrive, to the student funding unit while they're here, and right through the alumni office when they graduate, to get the information out there and make everything known to the students. Also, I will lobby for more scholarships and flexible fundings for students. As I'm not sure if any of you are aware, there are certain students that don't get the financial support they need, especially for international students. There's no scholarships that are relevant to undergrads, and it's hard for nursing students to also get scholarship and funding, especially when they go on placements. So I want to see all students, whether it's Scottish, UK, EU, or international, receive the financial support they need. Finally, I want to see student representatives that work for you. I know Jade here has done an amazing job this year, pushing students to get involved, providing training, and following up with any complaints efficiently. I want to continue to encourage and develop student representation throughout the university. No matter your situation or background, I want to ensure that you are represented. Any issues, whether they're academic, housing, personal, or anything you have, are dealt with professionally and diligently. I will continue to work with class reps, academics, schools, and even other exec members to ensure that you get the university experience you deserve. So I would like to thank everyone for coming here tonight, listening to her speech, and vote for me, Marija, for Deputy President. Thank you.
I'm going to just ask them each the same question, which is, if you really want to make a difference, why are you standing for Deputy President and not President?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Personally, the changes that I would like to make are related, first of all, to representation, and also with organizing, as I said, Academic Skills Week and a TEDx. The president doesn't have that much time because the president is engaged with lots of university committees and doesn't actually have the time to do other campaigns, and that's why I prefer to go for Deputy President.
Thank you. The reason why I decided to go for Deputy President is because as Deputy President, you have a more direct impact to students, and I feel as though I can relate to students a lot better than the position the President is in, which is more dealing with the financial, the administrative, the runnings of the actual university. So I feel in the position of Deputy President, I would be allowed to actually speak directly to students, hear their issues, and deal with them personally, rather of a more universal level.
This seems to make sense to me. So let's open up the floor to questions.
What about us?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes. You each get to ask each other one question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was wondering during your speech what to ask you about, a question that I had previously prepared on your policies, or a question about your questionable statement regarding the exam timetables, but I decided to go with the policies. So, why do you propose a scheme similar to the volunteering portal, which is already established by the student services? And furthermore to that, since jobs are being created by employers, how do you plan to make them open jobs for students without experience?
Okay, first of all, I understand there are volunteering opportunities available. What I seek is to encourage students to get these opportunities known, because I feel as there's not enough knowledge about the opportunities available. And secondly, I'm not looking to establish job opportunities where they actually work. It was more of a scheme where they can go out and get a feel of how their job is going to be like, rather like more of a hands-on approach. Go out, see how their field is like, and be able to gain the experience from someone else and decide if this is actually what I want to do,
so
rather than being in a lecture.
Okay, so that is an internship basically. How do you plan to make employers have internships established?
It's not more of an internship. It's more of a shadow to go out, see how people are meant to be like in their particular field, see what the skills the other person has, be able to develop those skills. I'm not saying internships. There's obviously internships available everywhere, and I know schools send out emails all the time, so students do have those opportunities available. But what I want to do is in the community, which is here, which students are on campus and even in Karlkadi are able to go out and get that experience while they're in university, rather than waiting till summer, waiting until graduation to actually be able to experience what their job entails.
Okay, Maria, your question, Stefan?
Okay, so this has to do with your TEDx event. Although I do think TEDx is a good idea, and it is something I'm sure many students would be enthusiastic about, how do you think this will impact students on a greater basis? I understand that it's just a speech, it's just people coming out and speaking. How do you plan to encourage people to show up, to have an interest, and what experience will that take out from this speech?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, TEDx is prestige, which currently our university lacks. As I said, Edinburgh, St. Andrews, Glasgow, and Aberdeen, the four ancient Scottish universities have it already. We don't have it. Furthermore, once lectures on TEDx are being done, they're recorded and they're uploaded online. Students then can say, I graduated Dundee, look at the TEDx that the person has done. Look at what kind of teachers we have at this university, and I'm very proud of it. Also, to promote TEDx so people can come. Actually, I've received great reception about students when I announced the TEDx policy, and they said they would love to come. So I don't think that's necessary to promote it that much. I would just have to say we have a TEDx in Dundee and people will actually come.
Okay.
Plenty of questions on the floor.
Lots of questions on the floor. If you don't mind, obviously this is my position. I would like to ask the first question. I have the authority because I have the mic in my hand. It has been, yeah, it is my job. I speak quite proudly. It has been suggested that due to a number of uncontested positions this year, I have had an inability to promote the elections effectively. So what I want to know is whether you feel this has been my biggest failure, and if so, how would you improve on it? And if it's not my biggest failure, what is, and what would you do to change it? Stefan?
Thank you. First of all, the reason why many of the positions are uncontested is, let's be honest, many of the people who are running again, they said they're going to run in December. That includes Ian, Douglas, Zuchaela, and Tim. Every single one of them said, I'm going to run again for this position. And people have noticed the good work that they've done in the position, so they decide probably it's not worth going against them. For biggest failure that you've said, well, maybe one of the things I was thinking about, when people were saying things on SRC which you were not agreeing, you were a bit more on
controversial.
Controversial, exactly. Controversial. And that's something that I would personally try to be more, when people are not agreeing with me, I'll try to be more smooth to saying my opinion.
Jade, I'd just like to start off by saying you have done a tremendous job. I think the biggest difficulty, guys, I'm talking. I think the biggest difficulty you have had this year was not getting a proper handover, especially with everything that happened last year. I know you were left in a situation where you essentially had to build everything off from the ground. So the student representation this year has been a significant improvement over the last years. There's been a lot more involvement, especially with SRC school presidents, and especially since I've been involved, I can see people have been a lot more engaging and having their complaints heard there, having their voice spoken, and it's been tremendous. So I think this can obviously continue to grow and continue from your legacy to expand to everyone, especially getting postgrads involved. There, as we had the Supreme Court member say, there needs to be bigger representation of the minorities. And I do believe that we can reach out, go speak to students, go speak to your SRC, speak to individuals. That makes the greatest impact. So if we can do this, I believe that we can have better student representation on campus.
Thank you both.
All right. I've got two questions. The first one was relating to what Trevor said about why didn't you go for president. If you feel like you feel like the president is disengaged, surely that would make you want to push to be more engaging and change the president's role in that sense, so you become more engaged in light of that pres. So why didn't you think about that? And the second question is, obviously I've had to share an office with Jade. Fortunately, I didn't say unfortunately. And obviously I've seen a lot, another side of the job is about appeals, housing issues, and actually a lot of student problems. How do you feel you would go about, especially when it comes to housing issues, when it does involve a lot of legal ramifications, how would you feel that you'd be able to tackle these problems?
Stefan? Thank you very much. About the first question, I think I explained it well, because I saw how much work the president is involved with other committees, and I've actually seen Ian's schedule, which says busy all the time, and I can see he's not.
It's a lie.
And I believe that this actually does not help the president to have more campaigns. And I understand what you're saying about a more engaged president. I believe that I wouldn't have been that engaged as president. I can be more engaged as a deputy president. On the second question about the housing, first of all, I hope that the housing accreditation scheme that you're going to release soon is going to help out a lot in that. And what else can I say? As I said, I'm a friendly face. When people come to me, they should be, first of all, they should say what is the problem, and I can help them as much as I can on the ground basis that they have sorry about that. I'm going to help out people based on what they've said, and I'm going to provide the support they need just every time, whatever they need it. I don't know if this answers your question, but it's basically with personal person getting into the problem, I will help out students.
Thank you. With the first question for engagement, I have been on the university corps with Ian, and that means I've gotten to enjoy a relationship professionally, so I can understand what his job actually entails. Sorry, I had to clarify that. What his job actually entails. And I feel that I would be better suited as deputy president. I do want to be involved more as students rather than be engaged in that area of the university. So that's why I did decide to go for deputy. On the second issue with housing and appeals and everything, I feel I am an approachable person. I can deal with anything people bring to me. I do take the time to actually speak to students, to actually understand what their problems are. And if they have any issue, I would be willing to go out my way, go out there and seek accommodation if they need it. If there's anything that you require, I would be there for the students.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
You've both mentioned different services from student services. Maria's mentioned about volunteering. Stefan, you mentioned about Ask. How are you going to do that and achieve your policy when student services is severely underfunded and under-resourced and can only just manage the amount of students they have coming in at the minute? If you advertise them and campaign on this, how are you going to make sure the university can manage with what you've got?
Okay. Thank you. As I said, the promotion, I've already spoken with the Academic Skills Center, and one of the people there said that that's a great idea to promote the... Sorry, I want to ask you. They've said that that's a great idea to promote with such a promotional week, similar to what the Student Funding Unit is doing at the current moment, even extending it to more of a monthly events to them. How are they going to manage with the students? Well, I'm sure they are capable of delivering talks like that. What, you don't think they are? Yeah. Yeah, could you please explain me why they're not?
In addition to Ask has very little members of staff. It currently has a very busy schedule. Lots of students are having to wait on waiting lists to get onto different programs that they're doing, and they have very little office space to work in. If they're already struggling, much like many other of the student services departments, including student funding, giving them more students to work with instead of helping them get more resources to manage the students they've already got is just going to make it more difficult and put strain on them.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Well, the way I see it, organizing such workshops where people can actually see a PowerPoint presentation, a proper way of citing. I'm saying that because in first year I didn't get the proper way of citing in the Harvard style. This would actually help them keep it for 4 years in a row, and it's actually going to improve their academic writing for the incoming years. Same with any of the other talks that they have delivered. I wanted to say actually Harley Fremantle, he organized such an event with the Academic Skills Center for exam tips for law students. This is something that they've managed to get out of their time, and I believe they can actually contribute to that, and it will help them to release it.
Maria?
Okay, in relation to the volunteering services, obviously volunteering is essentially based on people giving up their own free time to go out and help others. So I believe if we urge students to actually go out, give up their time, then it would take some pressure off the services in order to have members available who are actually getting paid. So if we encourage students to go out and volunteer their time, they would be able to engage more within the university and the community and take pressure off their services in finding funding and being strained for money and time.
Okay, I would just like to clarify that we have a minimum of 6 questions left. Yes, you're all the same people who put your hand up. Are we okay for...
Yeah, let's make it 6 and that's it then.
Okay, so everyone who's nodded their head at me whilst raising their hand, we're good. Katie, do you want to respond to anything before I move on to the next question?
No, let's move on.
Okay, I think it's been quite clearly identified this evening that a large role to do with Deputy President is about student representation and engagement as well. Now, I'm quite interested in this answer because I've actually asked you this question last year, Stefan, and you've made a direct... You've mentioned this directly as well, Maria, in your speech beforehand, is that we can't forget that the campus, Dundee University campus, doesn't actually stop at Dundee. We also have another large campus in Kirkcaldy where we have a number of nurses who study there. how are you going to ensure that they are all included in all of the campaigns and things that you guys run this year, and make sure they're just as engaged and included as all of the other students on the main campus in Dundee?
Okay. Obviously, we do have representatives that from those campuses like nursing and postgrads that sit on SRC. So I would engage with them directly, come up to them and be like, is there anything that needs to be brought to my attention? Do you have any issues? And if they do have any issues or anything like that, I would deal with them personally. I would also push for more advertising over there, making the students aware of what happens on campus so they can be involved as well. I know, especially being in Kurulkadi, I can't even pronounce it, it is difficult to get information out there because it is quite far. So if we can work on this, encourage people to go out and advertise everything that does happen on campus, it would make students a lot more involved and a lot more aware of everything that's there for them.
Stefan, do you want to add anything?
Yes. This year I started over again the SRC on the road, and we've already been several times to Dalhousie, the library, and last week I went to Nine Wells. In March I've planned a visit to Kirkcaldy, which will be, regardless if I win the elections, I will go to Kirkcaldy to promote first of all the culture week that is coming up and the rag week that we are organizing. This is one way. I believe the best way to talk to students in Kirkcaldy is by going to them and actually saying, hey, I am the deputy president or vice president of engagement at the moment. I would like to help out with problems.
Do you not think, though, that because you're so far through your term already, that you should not have already gone and met with the students in Kirkcaldy before now? That sort of shows that you've ignored them until now.
Yes, I can understand. I personally tried to go in November. However, I was snowed in with all of my coursework that I had back then, and I couldn't organize a trip like that. However, I planned it in March, and I will deliver it.
Next question.
I would just say very quickly that I have had subsequent people come up and ask me whether they can have questions, so depending on how quickly the questions are asked and how quickly the candidates can deliver, I would like to allow for more questions, but that's subsequent timing. Okay?
A question for you, Marija. You mentioned in your candidate statement that the opportunities that you've had with Dusa so far have sort of equipped you with the skills and abilities for the role of Deputy President. That's quite a generic statement, so what skills and abilities do you think you've sort of gained through your opportunities with Dusa so far that will stand you in good stead for carrying out your role well?
Okay, well, this year as an independent court member, obviously I do sit on the university court, and I do have to take the considerations of the university as a whole and as a student. So everything that has been brought up on SRC, if there was any issues that students had, I would bring it up to court. If anything that came up, I would bring it up and be like, this is actually what's going on. This is what the students want. So it shows that I actually do listen to what you guys have to say. I do care about the university as a whole. I do want to see it improve. Obviously, court deals with a more administrative and financial aspect of the university, but at the end of the day, it's students that make up the university. So if we aren't represented on all levels, it means that the university is not going to be able to run, and especially not be at the position where it could potentially be. So everything that has happened on SRC, any student that has came and spoke to me, any issues they've had, I have brought it up. I have spoken to them to either Pete or on court. So I do feel that I have actually gotten the skills needed for this position.
My question is to Stefan. Stefan, in your candidate statement, you talk about the newly established School President's Committee on the SRC. I've sat on SRC for the last year, and to the best of my recollection, the committee wasn't actually formally created. I believe due to a reluctance from certain school presidents as to the necessity of the committee, it was more determined, and the deputy president, it was more determined that meetings on an ad hoc basis could be scheduled, determined on the relevance and the need. Do you think, therefore, your policy as for scheduled meetings of the committee, which doesn't exist, do you think that policy is still valid?
Yeah, I can understand your concern about that, but I believe that with the scheduled visits, scheduled meetings, actually we have more chance to have a better representation within the university because there are constant problems the school presidents are facing, and when they're having it more often, these meetings, they'll be able to represent everything that they. Sorry, I cannot see you because of France. Yeah, they will be able to answer everything and tackle the problems more often and to handle them at the moment.
Hi, my question's for Marija. It's also on your skills and experience. I was wondering, to congratulate you on your law school timetabling achievement. How often do you engage with people from other schools, seeing as Deputy President, you're going to be representing every other school? So I was wondering if you took part in any campaigns or successes with humanities or life sciences or medicine, or how you intend to do that.
I actually go out and speak to people. I have friends from all different areas of the university, so I do go and talk to them. Like, I do ask, is there anything that's going on, or they would come and speak to me. And every issue that people do have is raised on SRC. So if there's anything that has to be dealt with, I would go out my way and deal with it. Obviously, it is a bit difficult, especially as a court member, to get involved in every single aspect of the university, but that's why I do want to go for deputy president. I do want to be involved in every aspect of the university, not just have to deal with court and not just have to, no offense, Trevor.
Don't worry, I am offended. Yeah.
And not just have to deal with that one area.
Right, so if you say as independent court member you found it difficult to engage with all students, what makes you think you'll be better as deputy president?
Because as deputy president, I'm not restricted to the confidentiality that might arise in court. I can actually engage better with the students. The deputy president has hands-on, I'm trying to think of the word, approach to students. Students come to the deputy president with any issues they have, whether housing appeals or anything they might have. The deputy president will have to deal with it. So I do feel through that I would be able to expand my horizons more and be able to deal with them.
Stefan, you talk in obviously one of your policies, one of your 3 policies as deputy president is to do with TEDx. Now, while I understand it's an admirable venture to get TEDx to come to Dundee University, in your speech you were talking about how it's going to benefit students on their CV. Realistically, as an employer, how if your university has a TEDx speech, how is that going to benefit your CV?
One of the things that I didn't manage to explain better in my speech was that it's going to boost the CV of people who are on the management committee of the TEDx. Today I was looking at the website of TEDx University of Glasgow, and there are several students who are there. Everyone has a very good position on it. Yes, I can see you have a follow-up.
Yeah, it's basically deputy president. I'm understanding is slightly more widespread than that. So what you're saying is one of your main policies is based on a select few of students being on the managerial position of the TEDx speech, benefiting from it, but nobody else.
Okay. There is a management positions and there are volunteers as well who help out. Furthermore, TEDx is something that I hope if I get elected, I'm going to bring it to the university, and I hope it's going to continue being hosted for years to come. And I believe that it's going to impact many more students in the future years.
I have a quick question for each candidate. Stefan, obviously you do currently sit in the exec, but I want to know what your experiences on the exec have given you that you think specifically, just your top experience in the exec, that will allow you to run the role of deputy president effectively. That's my first question. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doug. One of the things, as I already mentioned in my candidate statement, was that I've been deputizing for JATE in regards to the STAIR representatives, and I've done that job throughout the whole year. One of the things that I've done mostly was the organization of the Dundee's Got Talent, and I've been there when Boner Fulton was elected as the host rep for the SRC. I was the returning officers at that meeting. That's one of the things that I've already done as part of helping JATE in the deputy president position.
And the question I would ask to Marija, in your statement, you've got one of your policies is to do with student funding, helping out with student funding and things. We do, as I think the VPSW touched on earlier, we do have a very well-established student funding system in place. I spoke about it in my own speech. We give out, I sit on the discretionary panel, for instance, we give out nearly £1 million a year. Now, okay, the department itself is underfunded in terms of getting its word out, but why haven't you got involved beforehand in this sort of thing as an SRC councillor during the year? It seems naive to go in thinking that you could change things when you don't know that much about it in the beginning.
That is the whole problem, because first of all, the reason why I do want to get involved with funding is because when I came to university, on your UCAS form it says this is going to be your fee, and I was expecting that fee to be set for the entirety of my degree, and upon coming here I actually discovered that it increases every year. So as a student, especially being after a year and then finding out that your fees are going to increase, that's ridiculous, and you can't exactly drop out after a year and be like, oh, sorry, I don't have the money. It's not fair for students to be unaware of everything that happens, and that is something that I want to work on. I want students, no matter where they are from, and especially internationals, be aware of everything that goes on, every funding challenge that will face them, and work to get more money and make them more aware of everything that's out there. Because personally, I found it ridiculous that my fees have actually increased, 2,000 in 4 years. And when I first started university, was not aware of this at all. So I don't think students should be put in that position.
I have a follow-up question to Douglas' funding question. With regards to funding, obviously we are aware that international students have to pay higher fees than the rest of RUK. However, due to the last year, whenever RUK now have to spend 9,000 per year, and international students actually seemingly don't pay significant amounts more. However, being on the internationalization committee, I am aware that they are looking at streamlining all schools to have scholarships of a minimum requirement. So each school will offer a scholarship of minimum requirement, with some schools actually offering a higher scholarship for a prestigious award. So how does that impact your policies relating to funding and scholarships that you referred to previously?
Well, obviously, if these scholarships are available for students, I'd want them to be made aware to everyone who could actually get the scholarship. It's not fair for students to be left in a position where they're struggling for money and trying to make ends meet, or even having to go to payday loans, which is something that Tim has been focusing on this year. I didn't actually know about the student funding unit until I actually joined SRC, until I became independent core. I wasn't aware of the opportunities available. So if there's scholarships available, if there's funding available, I want the students to actually know they can go out there. There's opportunities for them to be able to make this and be able to pay whatever they need to pay for without having to worry, oh, am I going to get in debt? Am I going to be able to make it till the next month? Do I have to eat super noodles for the rest of the month, or can I actually have a proper meal?
Stefan, is there anything you want to add on that topic?
No, to be honest.
Honest? Is that it for questions? Right.
Last one. It's actually to Marija with regards to, sorry, I just picked up on one thing that you said about whatever comes up at SRC, I'll bring it up at the court. I wanted to ask you generally, whenever, this is my impression, but whenever you're actually at the SRC, it seems that you're leaving earlier, including, for example, for, things go around, for going out for social interactions. How can you actually say that students can rely on you for representation, for passing things on to the independent, into the court, if you are not there for a while?
Just to make things aware, I have been on every single SRC that's occurred. I've shown up to every single event. I have been on every single court meeting as well. The only reason I would have to leave is if I had some other conflicting matter. I wouldn't just get up and go. That's not like me at all. If I have commitments, I am there to stay. I'm not gonna, if I have to do things, I'm not gonna just get up and go. And obviously SRC is important to me. I enjoy my time there. I enjoy having my voice heard, and I enjoy hearing what everyone else has to say, because it does impact us as a whole. So if I had to leave at a certain point, it wouldn't be because I just decide to uplift and go. There would have to be some underlying reason behind that.
I would apologize because Jeffco had his hand raised for a while. I feel like we should have one final question. I apologize for my inability to check out who had their hand raised.
One final question then.
Thank you. I have a very short question for both candidates. you've both been sitting on the SRC for the past year, Stefan for 2 years as a consultant portfolio and now as a VP, Marija as an independent court member. What do you consider your biggest achievement on the SRC? And I just have a really, really short follow-up question for the last one in regards to missing SRCs. Marija, you've never missed an SRC for social or anything like that?
I've never missed an official SRC. If I hadn't turned up to an event, I've made Tim aware of as to what was going on in my life that I couldn't actually make it. But every single official SRC, even the special one we had with the principal, I have been there. And sorry, for your last question, can you repeat that if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure. Basically, what is your biggest achievement as an SRC member?
Yeah, the biggest achievement as SRC member.
Okay, obviously, as being an SRC member representing the court, it's difficult to say everything that happens on court. So I do have to keep most things confidential as required for the position. But my biggest achievement, I would have to say, is actually going out there and allowing people to know what is going on in the SRC and on court for those things that are allowed. I'm not saying anything that's not confidential. Okay, well, I have worked with Katie and Becca on a healthy awareness eating week, which has happened, and there are things to follow up. We have done a survey that's going to be mailed out, which Becca has worked on with me and Andrew. Sorry, I forgot to mention Andrew as well. So the Healthy Eating Week did so well that it actually got extended to 2 weeks, and there was a lot of enthusiasm about that. And we've also met with Sandy and Chris and Andy from the union and the premier, and they have agreed to actually encourage students to eat healthier, make special bags that have healthy food. So I think this benefits students as a whole, not just on the SRC. But it is something that has been done through SRC.
Stefan, your biggest achievement on SRC?
Yeah. Well, my biggest achievement in SRC was last year's policy for early announcement of exam timetables from the university. In the past year, I have been more involved within the executive team with the Spire lecture series and the Wednesday cleanups.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The final post is for President, which is unopposed. And hopefully Ian is somewhere. Yes, there he is. Ian McKinnon. Where's the music?
Thank you. That wasn't a ringing endorsement of New Labour. I just thought it was kind of funny. It's also not meant as a dig at the exec members that are leaving, Jade and Katie. I promise I'll do my best to keep this as short and sweet as I can. I know I'm last. All the interesting people, the contested ones, have all been and gone. It's just me left. For those of you who were here last year, I promise you there'll be no remarks made about supporting terrorist organisations or rampant sexism on the SRC. It's just me this year. For those of you who don't know, I'm Ian McKinnon. I'm running for re-election as president of Dusa. I've been involved in the Dusa exec for almost 3 years now. 2 years as honorary secretary before Tim, and then making the step over from a non-sabbatical role to sabbatical as president. I've been president for 8 months, or almost 8 months, and it's safe to say I've enjoyed a good portion of that. I can't say it's all been great, but it's definitely better than. I'd rather be here than anywhere else. As far as graduate jobs go, it's probably not the most glamorous or well paid in the world, but it's got to be one of the best. The president's job is a difficult one to explain. It's probably the one that has the least contact with students. I will freely admit the deputy president does interact with students a lot more than I do. I sit on a lot of committees and things within the university. It doesn't exactly sound all that interesting, but actually it gives me a chance to make real change and influence life on campus in all sorts of different ways. I'm the lead rep on campus for 17,000 students. I'm the person who meets with university senior management, heads of directorates, the media, external organisations like the NUS, all sorts. Since I first got involved in student representation, I've done quite a lot, I like to think. Like I said in my statement, if you want to find out more, I've written more in my statement, but it seems a bit weird and pretentious to stand up here and list all the fantastic things I've done. But some of them included projects all across campus, things about improving the service in the library with noisy neighbours. I've done stuff to improve the food quality in Air Bar back when I was on SEC. And I like to think I've built upon the previous relationships between the senior manager at the university and Dusa, mainly to go ask them for money, but there is a lot more to it. There's still a lot I still want to see change, though. My policies aside, I'm currently involved in a whole host of projects with the university, many of which have came out of the student partnership agreement, which I recently signed with the principal, that basically lists projects that Dusa and the university are going to work on together. It's great for us to have sign off from the principal and myself to say that the university is actually going to listen to us, pay attention to the goals we've got, and actually work on them. I'm on a group looking at reading lists on campus, along with Jade and Zuchaela. Let's hope they're going to improve the quality of reading lists when they come out. The university is purchasing new software there, so that should hopefully improve. I'm involved in the new timetabling project, because as we all know, timetabling on campus is crap. The university is looking to invest in that, and I've been involved in the new software they're going to buy and whether or not it actually suits the needs of the students and things. I'm also about to start chairing a group looking at academic advisors and personal tutors on campus, because there's a huge disparity across campus between how tutors in some schools and tutors in others deal with their students, and it's important that we find best practice in the university and share that and make sure that everyone gets the proper support they need from their academic advisors. A lot of these projects won't come to fruition before the end of my first term, so staying on as a second term as president will let me continue these projects on, let me make sure and see them come to fruition, see them come to a close, see great improvements in student life, and hopefully begin a whole of new projects to leave for whoever does succeed me take on. On my policies then. The first is to make sure that we see Dusa's subvention improve year on year. Our subvention is basically the money the university gives to us to run all our services. Last year we saw the first increase in about 5 years from the university. I don't want the university to sit back and think that's enough. We can give them a couple extra quid every year and that'll tide them over. I want to see real investment within the university, from the university to Dusa, so we can improve services, hire new members of staff, put proper capital spending into big things we need to do. It's been years since we've last renovated areas of Dusa that really do need some money put into them. Currently Dusa gets the lowest subvention out of every student union in the top 10. We're number 1 in Scotland, top 10 in the UK, and we get the lowest out of all of them. We're hundreds of thousands of pounds behind the average, never mind the top who are in the millions. I want to see the university push to see that increase. It looks like they want to, but it's up to me to make sure we see as big an increase as we can get so we can properly invest in the projects we need to. And I appreciate in this time of financial instability and the stories that have been going out in the Courier about threats to jobs and things in the university, that it might be hard for the university to invest. But every time I meet with Pete, and Pete Dimes, the principal, when he came to the SRC, he talks about how the student experience is really important and how you need to make sure that the student's experience whilst they're here at Dundee isn't affected by any cuts. And it's partly my job to make sure that comes to fruition. The university doesn't just save up all its money, it actually spends money where it needs to be spent. Secondly, I want to see the Dusa executive grow to include an 8th member, a vice president of representation. We've had 4 sabbatical officers, the full-time members, and 3 non-sabs for years now, despite the fact the amount of work the university expects us to do, and we have to do, and we choose to do, improving services and representation, welfare, everything, continues to increase year on year. I think it's time that we see that change. We see some real improvements. We see more support given to the executive, and if we can have a new sabbatical there purely to support representation, it would be fantastic. Jade's done all sorts to improve the support for reps. We now do all our training in-house. We offer support for all the class reps, the school presidents and things. If we have a full-time member of staff there to support that, I think it'll continue to grow and be absolutely fantastic, and hopefully take some of the strain and stress away from the deputy president. Finally, and probably most importantly, I want to see the uni continue to support every student at this university, whether you're young or old, Scottish, Australian, disabled, I've got kids, study away from home, whatever, you need support. Why is that funny? We need to make sure the university invests in the right areas to see services improve and not go on the decline. We need representatives to fight for the change that the students want, not the change the university thinks we need. So I'd love it if you could all elect me for a second term as president. I know I'm uncontested, but that doesn't mean I'm going to rest on my laurels, not go out and campaign. I plan on going out all next week, speaking to students, feel free to come up to me, question me tonight, question me while I'm out campaigning, find out more about what I've done the past year, find my page on Facebook. I'll be updating it with all sorts of things I've been up to. Just to be fantastic just to see more students get involved, vote in the elections, whether you vote for me or you vote for Ron, just as long as you get involved. Thank you.
I did a survey of our students about who the president of Dusa was, and one person was adamant that you were called Martin.
Well.
One person said they were sure you were a girl, but knew nothing else. One person said you were called Ian, but got your name spelt wrong, and all the others had no clue who you were. So do you think that's a problem? And if so, what are you going to do about it?
Definitely. It's a huge problem on campus. Students aren't aware of a lot of students aren't aware of who the executive are, who their reps are. I'm assuming Martin is your school president, who he's referring to, but if it's the fact that students don't actually know who their school president is obviously an issue. For years now, Dusa have been trying to push ourselves out to students, and I don't think it's the students don't want to know who the reps are. It seems to be that when the students find out who the reps are, the sort of impact they can have on campus, they do actually want to get involved. And like someone was saying earlier on in the evening, we have had these presentations from marketing students where they've came in and they've presented to us, and we see very small gradual increases in the number of students that are aware of the exec year on year. But I think the big issue for us is that we don't like to toot our own horn enough, is that a lot of students see these improvements on campus with things like through the library, through Dusa, reading lists, all the sort of things I was talking about, but don't actually know student reps help do that. So I think a big push for us, and I said this last year and I probably didn't do it enough, is to actually just go out there, go speak to students and say, look, we did this. It was your student representatives that did this. You've got 24-hour access in the library for the exam period because the SRC and the executive went to the university, convinced the LLC to put in that proposal to senior management, and it went through. It's just about tooting our own horn, and we don't do that enough, but I definitely want to see that increase next year.
Yeah, I've got a final question from your box.
Oh, yeah.
Do you support Dusa bringing in a comprehensive ethical procurement policy? That sounds a good question to me.
It is a good question.
I don't know what it means, but it sounds good.
I'm assuming it means that we would have to look at where we purchase all our goods from and make sure that they're from ethically procured sources. Yes, I would support Dusa doing that. Like Doug said earlier, the exec aren't as involved in the commercial stuff as maybe quite a lot of people think, but definitely we can put pressure on the commercial side of things, or through our abilities as board members to actually make our senior managers, the people in charge of catering and retail who actually do the purchasing, to actually look into that. And I know we do some stuff with fair trade and organic products and stuff involved with the university. We could probably do more, I freely admit that, and I'm happy to put pressure on our senior managers to try and see that improve.
Do you think there's anything that you procure or purchase that is in fact slightly ethically dodgy?
I don't actually know. Right. Having not been involved, I'm not in any way involved in procurement at all.
Right. Right. Open up the floor to questions, and there's at least 4 or 5, I think. 5 questions. 6 questions, and that's it.
5, 6, 7.
There seems to be an awful lot of questions from people who are currently on the committee. So let's have the questions first from people who aren't.
No, that'll be you, Francis. Well
Francis has graduated.
No, he's not. He graduates in June 20th. Yes, June, if I remember.
Thanks for the backup, babes. Now, as possibly one of the most important roles on the SRC and the exec, you should be setting an example. Everybody else seems to have made quite an effort this evening with their outfits, Ian. And you rock up in a Sesame Street t-shirt. Would you like to explain? Do you feel as though this role is already in the bag for you?
I didn't hear the last
And that's
part.
not a top man.
Can you
bag,
repeat
anyway?
the second bar? I didn't hear the second.
I must admit, I noticed his t-shirt too.
Do you think he's already got the job?
No, definitely not.
So why aren't you trying?
You think I'm not trying because if you judge a person on the clothes they wear, not on the actions that they do, then you're not taking that whole person into account. Anyone who knows me knows I'm quite relaxed. I'm quite informal in meetings and things. If I need to wear a suit, I'll wear a suit.
Dress to impress, Ian, that's all I'm saying.
Francis, it doesn't take much to impress you.
I have 2 questions, so I'm going to do one of them now, both serious.
Oh.
One of which is, I feel that you said in your last election that you were going to make a bigger effort with national campaigns.
Yep.
I would like to know, have you done that? And if not, why not? And what you plan to do to ensure that this actually happens if you're re-elected?
There's a bit of an issue with national campaigns, and I'd love to get us involved in some big hot topic. The problem is there hasn't actually been that many. The only big issue that's came up since I was in office is obviously the staff strikes and things. It's been a nationwide issue, and we have got involved in that. I did present the motion to the SRC on that.
And lad culture.
What?
And lad culture.
I was waiting to talk about that. I'm currently in contact with Stacey Devine, she's from the NUS, I know it's bad, but she is helping us do a lad culture campaign, and we've got a meeting with her on the 26th of February. We're going up to Edinburgh to speak to her. She's providing me with materials on lad culture. I was yesterday in contact with someone else from the dreaded NUS about fixed fees for international students. So it's a campaign they're doing just now. A number of our exec members in the room have put their name to a petition to the senior management, including Douglas, who's waving his hand, a petition to senior managers of universities around the UK to set fees for international students. Like what Marija was saying earlier, it's ridiculous that an international student will come to university, be told they're paying X amount of money, 4 years later be paying 2,000 or 3,000 more than that. So that's my next big campaign. I'm getting materials for that hopefully soon from this guy. And I've already brought up with Carl Lydecker, Vice Principal for Learning and Teaching. I've already started gathering evidence, so I am trying to get involved. As usual with the NUS, it's a bit iffy and they're a bit slow, but I'm doing my best.
All right, I have a question regarding the capital investment that you mentioned. The university has made a really good job at basically contacting students about the capital investments they've made over the past few years. The library is a very good example.
Yeah.
How do you feel that users should approach this? If users were to have more money to invest, basically, how do you feel that users should approach this? How do you feel that users should balance out the commercial side and the student experience?
I think with capital projects, quite a lot of that will be on the commercial side of things. It is things like looking at expanding mono, or the work we're looking at doing. We did a student survey just a while ago about expanding our food provision on this level in Dusa. Things like that are the sort of thing the university is willing to put capital money into. We're also currently looking into expanding the Premier shop downstairs. One of the big projects the university promised us money for last year and yet still hasn't done is to give us new office and meeting space in 18 Early Place. Whilst on the commercial side of things, yeah, it's more offices for us to put our staff. It's actually going to give us more facilities for societies and things, so then to have meetings not within Dusa as well, so that not all societies are restricted to being in this building. They've also given us more money to help fund new positions within Dusa. That's not necessarily a capital fund, because obviously that's an annual ongoing thing. But having this support structure there for the executive allows us to better see where capital expenditure is needed within Dusa.
If Scotland becomes an independent country in September, what will this mean for the university and consequently Dusa?
That entirely depends on who is in charge of the independent Scotland. I would like to think that it looks like whatever the political parties in Scotland, whatever the result is, education will stay free in Scotland, which I'm glad of. It's something I fully support. It will lead to a lot of uncertainty in a lot of areas with regards to funding, especially for research grants and things. A lot of it is up to negotiations in the years following. I like to think that should Scotland vote to become independent in September, Dusa and other student unions will be able to actually get involved in that negotiations. It's a good 2.5 years from the vote to when the independence actually happen. And it's in that time period, it's our job to get involved with Mike Russell, the Education Secretary, and anyone else, everyone else in Parliament we can get in contact with to make sure that education stays well funded, that universities have access to UK-wide research funding and research grants, and the impact on universities is as low as possible.
First of all, before I ask my question, just to clear up some confusion, Edinburgh is south of Dundee, so to go up to Edinburgh would take some time.
I'm not good at geography.
But my question is based on your policy to bring in a Vice President of Representation. I think something that was highlighted to everybody who was here when the Vice President of Student Welfare candidates were up on stage asking questions was that role is huge and could potentially be a lot bigger. Do you not think there's a substantial argument to be made to make that role a sabbatical role instead of introducing a Vice President of Representation, which is currently covered by the Deputy President, amongst others?
Yes, to a certain extent I can see the argument, and actually when I was thinking about, I've wanted there to be a new member of the executive, but trying to narrow down what it should be, I was torn between welfare representation and someone specifically for education. But I think the issue with welfare is there's a problem that the university puts more and more onus on Dusa to provide these services, but actually students should be coming to university and be supported by their university. The onus shouldn't be on Dusa to support them. It's up to Dusa to raise awareness of campaigns and things, and Katie's done a fantastic job, Tom and Sarah and other VPSWs. In the future, perhaps that is something to look at, to get more funding for a sabbatical VPSW, but given the representation, it's important that that's not ran by the university, that's ran by Dusa, so that the university is not sticking its finger in there where it shouldn't be. And that's the one that needs the proper support from Dusa, so that's the one that at the moment I think that there's the most need for a fully funded sabbatical officer there.
And why is it that you think that the current Deputy President is incapable of doing Vice President of Representation and all her other duties as Deputy President?
I don't think she's incapable. She's not incapable, she's more than capable, but I think the amount of work you've done and the improvement in the support for class reps and things you've done, and obviously people want to expand that next year to include training for SRC councillors, school presidents, that's going to be more and more work, which I'd love if the Deputy President could do that themselves, and next year I think they're going to have to, because we obviously don't have the funding this year. But in the future, if that's to continue to expand, the amount of support we give our reps is to expand, more committees the university wants to sit on, the DP is going to have to take on a lot more responsibility from the academic side of things. You also deal with housing and appeals and all sorts of other things. So to give you the time to focus on that, so you can be there with the President at the highest levels, negotiating these big things on reading lists, on timetables, all that sort of thing, this would free you up more to do that, allowing a full-time sabbatical to do the representation side of things.
To follow on from the extra exec position of representation, we've always struggled, as in we've been Dusa, we've always struggled to get enough people to run for positions. As you can see, quite a lot of us, like a lot of these positions are uncontested. So how do you think that adding another position will affect this? Because to be honest, I think adding another one is going to potentially be hazardous if no one runs for this new position that hasn't really been publicized. Possibly. No, you're right. There's definitely an issue there with ensuring that the awareness of the executive and things increases to make sure there is someone who runs for every position, be that executive, school president, SRC. This year we've got every single school president filled for the first time in Jade has filled every school president position. I think it's just about pushing out there to the students that there is this new position there, it's there for their support. One of the other things we're asking for money for from the university is someone to help support our communications side of things. If we have a full-time member of staff working within Dusa to support not just the media outlets and things, but also the exec, their communications, pushing the work of representatives, including the executive out there, will make more students aware of the exec, more students aware of the work that they do, and if there's a specific position there purely to run the representation side of things, that's an obvious position that someone who's perhaps been involved through a class rep or school president would want to take the step up to get involved in once they graduate, or whilst they're studying, in between years while studying. Okay, and the sorry, my second question. When we came into the exec roles to start off with, everyone decided that we needed to get on campus a lot more. We needed to be a lot more student-facing. Yeah. And you've now been in exec for how long is it?
Almost 3 years.
Almost 3 years. What I'm thinking is that, what I'm asking is, how come we haven't got onto campus a lot more and been a more front-facing executive? And why is it taken until your second go to actually come out and do this when it's been identified as a factor that we really need to focus on?
I would disagree to say that we've not done it so far. We've got great examples of how the exec have gone out and spoke to people more this year than ever before in the past. Take Freshers Week, for example, where we had a stall outside every single day meeting students. You'll know in my first year in the exec with you, we didn't do that. We had a stall booked and it was an empty table for most of the week. This year we had someone at that table giving away stuff, giving away leaflets, speaking to students, getting them to run elections the whole way through. We were actually speaking in our weekly exec meeting just this week about how Katie runs all these events, Tim's running events, Zuchaela and Doug, they run events throughout the year, and we get all these societies in, volunteer groups and charities in. But actually what we also need is just boots on the ground from an exec perspective. We can get our exec out there, going and speaking to students who are coming to these events. It'll make more students aware of us, and that's something we already want to push for this year, and obviously I would like to see continue next year, whether I'm president or not.
Well, there's applause there. I'm old and getting tired. How many more questions are there?
Yeah.
So I think there's one final question. Okay.
Ian, one, I agree that welfare should not be a full-time position, so
Thank
well
you.
done on choosing the right choice there. Two, the university is working hard to encourage students to get involved in the NSS results and encouraging it, trying to get people to fill it. One way they're doing that is by saying that they will give £5,000 to the charity if we reach a target. One, they should be giving us this £5,000 anyway, and they should be doing this every year without having to give encouragement for students to get engaged. How are you going to help the university tackle that as a student representative?
I think with the NSS, the university in the past has previously offered prizes to students, and again they're doing it this year. There's 10 iPads, 10 grad ball tickets. The idea of having a donation there to a charitable group was brought up by the university, and they brought it to myself and the general manager and the catch-ups I had with the senior management of the university, and it was me, and we then suggested why not get involved with RAG for that. And I totally get the question that students are going to ask is, if we only hit 70%, are they just not going to give the money? That's up to the university, of course, but the NSS, the university, they get so much out of it. They get so much feedback from the different schools, broken down by year groups, by schools, by colleges, by things like disability, that it is actually something the university is willing to invest in. So if they can see their response rate increase year on year, they're more than willing to invest, and I'd like to think that that is a good way for them to invest in it, rather than putting more money out, printing more flyers and posters and things that students are going to get a bit bored of. Being willing to say, look, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to be nice. We're going to donate £5,000 to charity as our way of investing in the NSS. I think that's the best possible outcome we could have hoped for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor.
Well, thank you everyone for coming tonight. Don't forget to vote, it's extremely important. And also encourage everyone else you know who might be dithering to vote as well. And thank you for your attention and being such a good audience and asking such fair questions. Thank you and good night.
And thank you very much to Trevor Hardy for taking the time on his own special Thursday evening, coming out here, sharing this event so well. Thank you very much, Trevor.